5 minutes before we go.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of chaotic. We're gonna have to go all the way around. Here's one of the dirty guys.
To another installment of the Bullpen. Kev, we got a huge board. Why don't we get straight to it right now? Go ahead and lead us off.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I mean, today we're talking about the clean aesthetic of Gold BJJ. They're phenomenal streetwear they've got. It's not just training gear, guys. You can get streetwear. Are these all Gold BJJ? All of these cards are Gold BJJ?
Yep, just read the script like we talked about.
Yeah, you're right. They've got a variety of styles. They have a bag. It's phenomenal competition here. You can play with them both wash cards. These are really cool. Are any of these for me? Like that bag?
No. They didn't have it.
Okay. Well, they're really affordable if you need to go out there and get them. You can just get the stuff, goldbjj.com.
These shorts are awesome. I'm going to get this.
Do they have a second set for me? Is that a thing they have?
They were like, hey, man, we ran out of stuff, and they didn't have it in your size because like fat. You know what I mean? So, like, these are all for like me. Anyway, go visit our friends at goldbjj.com.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Elevate your BJJ game with inverted gear, where pandas and performance meet. Whether you train in a gi or prefer no gi, we have something for you. Our gear is built to last and designed to perform no flashy extras, just high-quality craftsmanship and minimal design. Plus, pandas. Don't miss our back-to-school sale going on now. Visit www.invertijar.com and roll with confidence panda style.
What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Raph Esparza, coming to you live from Subversiv 11. That's right, Subversiv 11, so nice. They did it 10+1 times. My name again, Raph Esparza. We are so happy to have you guys. And listen, it is a jam-packed day. And whenever I do something big, I like to bring the big homie, the longtime friend of the show, one Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing today, sir?
Raph, I'm filled with energy. As you can hear from the scene behind us, the crowd is pumped. The start time is just moments away. I can't wait. We got a great pre-show lined up. Happy to be back with you in person again doing this, my man.
I gotta tell you, Tim, it is wild. There are DJs out here. People are spinning aggressively. We got DJ Mike Murda on the ones and twos. Not only good at jiu-jitsu, but okay at DJing. I have to admit, he's all right. But right behind us, we've got people excited and ready to get onto the mat. So we got to start getting this party going, guys. We're going to start off right now by talking about this board. Oh, sorry, RIP Kevin Sherrill. But we'll get to where exactly he is a little bit later. But while we're talking right now, we have such a board at hand. But we're going to start with this. Tim, I have to ask you right off the back, what exactly are the stakes at hand for this tournament, sir?
Subversiv Grand Championships. The stakes are high. We're going to settle the team championship between Team FaZe and New Level. We're going to settle the middleweight championship. It's a vacated title. That spot is open between Noah Chin and Matthew Cox. And people got their reputation at stake. We have folks that want to hang on and prove they can still hang and they're still tough and they still belong here. And we got young guys that want to make a name for themselves today and show out. So the stakes are high. The viewers are here. It's time for the athletes to perform.
I think one of the things that I'm always interested about at these events is, these are huge opportunities for our athletes to show who they are, to show their jiu-jitsu. And I mean, this is a beautiful location over at the Hard Rock Hotel in San Diego. And I gotta tell you, there are a few names that jump to mind, but I mean, listen, we've got individuals who are showing out here tonight. I just talked with Anthony Aguilera, and he was telling me that this might be his last rodeo. And I gotta tell you, that's really, really cool to hear. But that's going to happen a little bit later. So I was definitely looking for him to show out, but I'm looking for you guys to also spread the word. So if you're watching this on Subversiv Official, it is going to be right here. And if you're watching on any other channel, go to Subversiv Official. It is free $99. You do not have to pay for this one. So those are the stakes that we've got here on the production team of Subversiv. But Tim, I think it's time we advance the board to see what other things are coming up here. But it is a intense day, brother. The next one is going to be Redeemed. So here's kind of this overall thought that was emerging at yesterday's press conference, which is that, yes, people are excited about Subversiv, but some people are coming with a vengeance. Why was it that yesterday at the event, one Alex Enriquez was so intense with what she had to say in the presser, sir?
It struck me during the press conference that some folks, they come up and they have a little something to say and they're a little cheeky, but when she spoke, she was talking from deep inside and it resonated. And she said she was frustrated with her experience at ADCC. She got knocked out, I believe, in the semifinals at ADCC. And she said she really needed to put hands on somebody and shake that frustration out. Sitting opposite from her in this match is, Megan Penning, who was beat by Enriquez not too long ago at the ADCC Open in Orlando. She got leg locked, so she wants to come back. She's been putting in lots of time. Both these ladies are looking to get one back. And a lot of times as a competitor, if you have a bad outing, The next thing you want to do is get out there and have a good one to kind of help erase it. Both these ladies are looking for that redemption tonight. I'm looking forward to that match, Raph.
And I have to say, one of the things is, in jiu-jitsu, you don't always get to get one back. So this is a very interesting opportunity for Alex Enriquez to get some respect on her name, but she's not the only one. We're talking about the fact that you've got people like Alex Grandy who want to show out tonight and show why he is king of the castle, and he's got a very, very competitor in one Marcus, and that is going to be one of the most intense. It is a rematch, and it is one that I'm very much looking forward to. So when we talk about redemption arcs, we're definitely talking about that, but I mean, for us here, redemption arc is huge because we definitely look out for those individuals who are putting out on the community. So yeah, CJI, ADCC, great events, but now we're looking for those individuals who are hungry for those next opportunities, and we're very lucky that we have top tier talent like that. Travis Thomas, the list goes on and on, so very excited for that. Tim, we're keeping this party going. We're gonna go to our next topic here, which is that of updates. What is one of the most important updates that came through last minute clutch for us here, sir?
A couple of updates. One is we had the late addition of Gerard James. He's going to be matching up against Travis Thomas right at the wire. Travis's opponent had to pull out. Gerard was out having chicken piccata, having a nice entree, having a nice dinner when he got the phone call from Subversiv, and they're like, hey, man, or Subversiv, excuse me, they're like, hey, man, we need you to fight. When? Tomorrow. Can you make weight? I'm eating pasta right now. He said yes. He came in. He seems very calm, very relaxed. I really think for this match for him, I don't think he has a lot of pressure. I think he's coming in. He's very realistic about it. If anything, if I was Travis Thomas, I would be feeling a little bit of nerves of going like, man, they keep switching this guy out. Now it's a guy I don't even have anything on.
Yeah, it's one thing to be the person who comes in to replace somebody else, but then to be like, reverse Uno, now somebody's going to reverse you. Like, that's pretty dope, and I love the fact Travis is always game for a great match, so that is going to be very intense, and I'm wondering how that's going to go given the fact that we have somebody with a wrestling background, and for me, I wonder if they play into Travis's game or if Travis is able to maybe stand up with him and surprise him. So that's something that we will see a little bit later. But do we have any other updates, or was that the major one that came through in the last?
Major one that I had. I think we're going to be doing a judge's decision after double. I think that was another update.
Correct.
So after the double overtime with strikes, which is pretty cool, if there's no winner at that point, it will go to the ref decision.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Tim. All right, we are about to get things underway here. We have just a few more things to go over, and then we get straight to it. But we have to give some props here. Now, some of you guys are wondering, why is it our third partner, Kevin Sherrill, handsome Kevin Sherrill, isn't with us here today? So I got to ask you this. Tim, where is handsome Kevin for us today?
Well, handsome Kevin got the last-minute call-up to corner Cody Durden in the UFC that took place over the weekend here.
Yes, sir, just yesterday.
Just yesterday. Congrats to him. Cody pulled out a big win, and I know that's got to feel good. Look, whenever you get a call late at night and they're like, change your plans, you're going to go to the airport, you're going to fly to Vegas, you're going to help this guy cut weight, you're going to do everything he needs you to do.
Right.
It's not glamorous. You better win, because if you lose, it sucks. But they won, so congrats to Kevin. That's where he's at this weekend. Well-deserved break, man. Best to you guys. Congrats.
It's the opposite of what Fergie says. It's actually unglamorous, and she would love to spell that, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, on that side, we definitely want to give props, and also props to our good friend Dylan Budka, who unfortunately looked like he was very ill when he was weighing in, looked skin deep, and then he was able to come through and got the win in the UFC as well. So shout out to the homie that way. And, you know, shout out to the other homie, Aaron Jeffrey, the mullet himself, won at Bellator yesterday, got it done. So much love to him. I was like, yo, bro, come to here. He's like, bro, I'm going to hang out with my family. And I go, yeah, that's fair. I get that. So love that guy, love what he does, and let's continue this party on. We've got just a little bit more to go over here, but yes, this isn't just any sort of Subversive. This is the actual Grand Championship. Now, Tim, you're going to be handling commentary here in a few seconds. What exactly do people need to know about our Grand Championship here, sir?
So there's a couple things going on. One, there is a team championship. This is the culmination of the events of the year leading up to this to determine which team is going to walk away with the $15,000 prize. So each athlete's going to walk away with $5,000 in the team championship. It's between Team FaZe and Team New Level. The athletes on Team FaZe, I got them written down. I want to go through it real quick. FaZe is Alex Enriquez,
Alex Grandy.
Grandy and
Gerard.
James. That's right. And then we got Travis Thomas, Megan Penning, and
Marcus.
Levy.
It's Marcus.
Perez. Sorry
Yes, sir.
about that. Yeah, so big names. These folks mostly have already competed against each other in the past, and they do have a score to settle. Particularly, like, Grandy was pretty vocal.
Absolutely.
He was very vocal about, hey, man, I'm coming for you. To Marcus Perez, I don't think you have the technicality to keep up with me. But it was funny because Penning kind of shouted out, well, didn't you lose your last
Right.
match? So, that's on the line. The other match that's on the line is the middleweight bout between Noah Chin and Matt Cox. That is a vacated title that was left open by Hurtado or...
Yeah, so Herman Tirado, unfortunately, he had to, well, I mean, it's a great thing when you have to go fight, but it is unfortunate when we don't get to have him fight for us. So we were happy to see him go out and do his thing, but unfortunately that means that we had an uncrowned person with the championship. So that means tonight we're going to get it done between Matt Cox and Noah Chen, two incredibly talented grapplers that we're excited to see who comes away with the championship belt. Now, Tim, again, I'm hearing all of this. There's been a pool party behind us the whole time, so if you see people just kind of coming in like they went to the pool, it's because they just did. So I want to get started on these last couple things, but I want to ask you this, Tim, who is going to show out here tonight? If anybody is going to put a name for themselves on this show, who is it going to be in your opinion?
I would say this. Pay attention to pay attention to all the matches, but the first combat jiu-jitsu match on the card tonight is Nicholas Hurtado against Javier Garcia, and both of these guys are fired up. They're both looking to come out as the first combat jiu-jitsu match of the night and put on a firework display. So look for both of those guys to show out, but Javier was particularly intense yesterday.
Yeah.
I found that he was very focused. There wasn't any let off where he was just kind of chilling and relaxing, like he was on point. I'm looking for him to come out with fireworks. The other match that I have my eye on is JT Money, Jesse Taylor against Jared Paquette. I think that this is going to be a big match. Jesse has been beating people up in every format for several years now. And Jared is a hardcore Marine. He's coming for it. There's going to be fireworks in that match. I think Jesse wants to establish his name that he still belongs here, and Jared wants to establish his name that they better make a place for him.
I think you're absolutely right. And one of the things I want to tell you guys is, as we are getting down to the nitty gritty of this, you're looking at who's going to show out, and I've been so excited to go over this list. In fact, I have printed it several times here for myself just because I've been going over it. I mean, the list has changed several times, but just to give you an idea, this is our fight card. So when I look at this right here, right now, and I look at the fact that you have, 10 combat jiu-jitsu matches, that is going to be incredible to see, but you have individuals who will surprise you. Kyle Chambers is on the show here tonight. Yes. Homie Mark Elliott is on the show here tonight. Jacob the Bull Brown on the show here tonight. So all of these incredible individuals, and Denzel Freeland, Braylor Grout, do not overlook that one. Rana Wilnick is also here, Jocko's daughter, who always shows out. And I want to point out, I did mention with Anthony Aguilera, he's got a game partner in Diego Vasquez. So those are some monster matchups in case you guys were at all wondering who it is that we have here on the show. Now, just to let you know, we're about a few seconds away to go, but we have a last couple things that we're going to bring up here. And one of the things I want to make sure you guys are aware of is, yesterday we did have a face-off. Now, a series of face-offs where people were looking at each other, they were getting in each other's faces, and you guys are about to see this happen live in front of your eyes. So what that means is you're going to see me input these. No pre-show, no prep, just coming straight in and raw dogging it, one might say. But let's look at some of these weigh-ins that were happening yesterday. So with this, look at this. Yesterday, Master Ken actually got in on part of the action. And this, to me, was perhaps one of the funnier moments, because Master Ken, he's good at getting inside people's heads, but I didn't know that he was going to have a game opponent. He basically came in and said, yo, homegirl, you don't have somebody to face off against? Let's take a look at this real quick. Master Ken comes in. This was Lauren Garcia. And so he comes in, looks at her, does the Dojo Con, whatever you want to call it, and gives her a little bit of the eye scrapes, and she has no time for it, dude. No sells it with no love.
Not impressed.
Not impressed.
No.
And you know what? props to her. She has seen a lot worse in her time and her days. So giving props to her on that one. But she's not the only one here. I want to point this out. If we look at this over here now, if we get to this, coming back to that, yeah, you do see a sense of elsewhere in the evening. We were able to see our good friends, Noah and Matt, coming in, and it got like both of these guys know the seriousness of this face-off. There is no love lost. Tim, how did you brand this one?
Matt's pretty intense in this face-off, and you could see there's a little like attempt to handshake, and he doesn't.
Oh,
get it.
I did see that right there.
And he kind of shrugs it off, and it's like, okay, we'll see. And he gets him in.
Yeah, Tim.
Tap it up at the end. He's
I
like,
mean,
okay.
you want to send him home happy. Tim, is there one more that we wanted to try and do, and if so, which one were we looking for, sir?
Awkward family photo. I felt like was great when they got both groups in.
Are you talking about, the awkward family photo? Yeah, let's put this one in real quick. So as we're doing this right now, the very last one to say is this. Look at how intense this gets with everybody and their mom trying to figure out who exactly is allowed at the family photo. And you're just looking at it, and it is so funny to see everybody trying to crouch in and not quite sure who is who. Yeah. And you know what I mean? Like everybody just trying to get their space on the inside of it. And what ends up happening is that's going to go on the Christmas card a little bit later. So stoked for that. And at the very end, you see Alex Grandy being like, are we shirts off? Yeah, all right.
Bodybuilding contest.
All right, so let's do this. I think we've run out of topics here. It is time for us to get straight to the show. Tim, do you have anything that you want to say to the people to let them know before we sign off here, sir?
Hey, if you're still in the area and you want to get tickets, there's still tickets. We're live top of the Hard Rock Hotel, downtown San Diego. You could watch at home, continue watching on this channel. You could watch the Subversiv Grand Championships. Tell your friends, like, comment, subscribe, put it out there if you enjoy it. Support Jiu-Jitsu.
Tim, I love that. I'm so stoked to see you do commentary. You are working with Kendall, one of the best in the business, and today we have a baby bird who we are giving his first opportunity to do commentary, so I'm very stoked about that. So this is a lot of fun. I'm very, God, I was starting to think about it. I probably shouldn't be here. I think we have other stuff to do. I think you have stuff to do. So, ladies and gents, thank you for watching. Stay tuned if you're watching on Subversiv Official. But if you're not watching on Subversiv Official, go there right now. It is free $99. We love you guys. On behalf of everybody here at what it is that we do, it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
The best jiu-jitsu practitioners in the world right here. So you're getting an opportunity to see it. Let's let the competition take place right here. Okay? I'm going to get Eddie after you guys. And I'm sure Eddie, yeah? Super match? Super match, there you go. All right, so flash is off on your phones. If you are in the front or somewhere close, make sure that that flash is off, okay, for the protection of the fighters. All right, if you're also sitting, that is a drinker and drinks heavily, and you know they can't handle it. All right, we already have somebody over here. All right, let's control that. Let's let the
Every hero's journey
okay?
leads to a moment of truth.
Right here. So
On September 8th, 2024, at the Hard Rock Hotel in San Diego, that moment arrives for the fighters of Team Phase and Team Level. This is the Subversiv Combat Jiu-Jitsu Finals, where these two elite teams will battle for the ultimate prize,
everybody here for showing up here and supporting these fighters. So,
This isn't just a competition, it's a culmination of months of relentless training, sacrifice, and unyielding dedication. Team Phase, known for their innovative techniques and strategic brilliance, is determined to reclaim their dominance. Meanwhile, Team Level, driven by a hunger to dethrone their rivals, brings relentless energy and fierce determination to everything. Both teams have tasted victory. Now, the stakes are higher than ever. Added to the intensity, Lana Williams, daughter of legendary Jaco, returns after her stunning debut. She made waves in her first big stage appearance at Subversiv, securing a flawless qualification against rising prospect Javier. Now, she's back, ready to prove herself again in this high-stakes environment. As the tension builds, every move and every submission attempt will carry the weight of their legacy. This is the final chapter in an where only one team will emerge as the undisputed Subversiv Combat Jiu-Jitsu World Champion. The stage is set, the fighters are ready, and the anticipation is electric. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will falter under the pressure? The answer awaits in what promises to be an unforgettable day of high-stakes action. Don't miss your chance to witness history in the making. Join us on September 8th, where heroes will rise, legacies will be forged, and a new chapter in combat sports history will be written.
feels like it's there, but it feels like it cuts out a little bit too.
Yeah, feeling a little choppy. A little bit.
On just one ear or both?
Just on the right side.
Every once in a while it's...
Right? Okay, 30 seconds. I can't hear anything from you guys, by the way. Okay.
How are you communicating to us? How are you going to communicate to us?
Okay. Okay. So should I text you if I need things? Okay, but he's gonna.
I can get on the
tell
Discord.
me when we're live.
Go ahead.
Okay.
How long are we talking in the beginning? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm going to judge it based on the timing of the matches. So I don't even know if they're going to tell me when to start because you just said 30 seconds and whatever. But I'm going to basically, they should let us know when we're hot.
Yeah, he said 30 seconds, so we might be hot in
I'll feel it out and start us soon.
Can we please clear the center right here? If we can please clear this center, we're getting ready to start.
This is Kendall Roosing. We are here at Subversiv 11 Combat Jiu-Jitsu. We've got No-Gi Jiu-Jitsu. It's going to be an amazing day. We're here at the Hard Rock in San Diego, California on the rooftop. Probably the first we've ever done this. Definitely for Subversiv. It's the first event I've seen like this. We're ready to get rocking and rolling. I'm going to be your head commentator today, and we have two other special guests. Gentlemen, introduce yourselves, please.
My name is Tim Freeman. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for a long time. I run the Inside BJJ Jiu-Jitsu Media Empire, and I'm happy to be here with you guys today, Kendall. It's a real pleasure. It's a wild scene up here. I've seen jiu-jitsu done at a lot of places, but I haven't seen it on a rooftop like this with this kind of vibe and this kind of atmosphere. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens today.
Heck yeah, and I'm Justin Jackson. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for a long time. I competed at the last Subversiv. They asked me to come back and be an announcer, so I get to hang out with you guys, have a good time. Like you were saying, the vibes up here are fantastic. I'm really excited to see everybody compete, especially in such a beautiful city as San Diego. This is just going to be a fantastic day for shows.
Well, let's take a look at the card a little bit here. I know we had a pre-show a minute ago that you went over with Raph over there. Do you have, since I didn't hear you, do you have any big favorites on this card?
I mean, I think there's some matches that stand out that I'm looking forward to. The first combat jiu-jitsu match between Nicholas Hurtado and Javier Garcia. Javier was dialed in yesterday at the press conference. Sometimes you'll see guys kind of like in character, and they go out in the parking lot and they're chilling and laughing. There was none of that. He was just like,
ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Hard Rock Cafe right here in San Diego, California. Subversiv 11 is proud to bring to you another amazing day of combat jiu-jitsu. These bouts today will be sanctioned by CAMO, the California Amateur Mixed Martial Arts Organization. Your CEO, JT Steele, your lead official, David Dinkin, and your doctor at ringside will be Dr. Sarah Duwan. These shows here, these fights will be brought to you by New Hope Regeneration and Phase International. So now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a defining moment in every fighter's career. For these fighters here today, this is their moment. Let me hear you make some noise. It's time for the fists to fly. Please welcome Thiago Nascimento.
open hand fists.
I was going to say, the fists to fly. I like the terminology, but maybe, some open hand fists. We're going to see Thiago Nascimento. This is a 2:15 match. I believe both these gentlemen making their debut here at Subversiv.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I was trying to find where Thiago trains out of. Could not. My internet sleuthing could not locate it.
And please welcome his opponent, Joey Balestreri.
Hey,
I like that last name.
it's good, man. A lot of fans in the crowd today for Joey. 10th Planet South Bay guy.
So for those watching Subversiv, this is your first Subversiv you've seen, we do have a mix of combat jiu-jitsu and regular no-gi jiu-jitsu matches, and we'll let you guys know which
This
ones are
grappling
which,
match
but
is scheduled
you'll
for
be able to
one
tell as well.
Pretty quickly.
round.
Oh, they're going to throw
Winner
hands
being
real
declared
fast.
either by submission or going into overtime. Let me hear you. Some noise!
They both look locked and loaded and ready to go.
You know, I was going to say we didn't have a moment to introduce our third new commentator joining us.
Yes.
Heck yeah. Well, hey, I am Justin Jackson. I am so happy to be here. I'm so happy to check out these fights. Not to mention I get to sit ringside. Let's get into it.
Pretty great seats, huh?
Best
I know,
seats in the
right?
house. All right, so if you're just joining us, Thiago Nascimento's in the white shorts. We've got Joey Balestreri in the teal blue shorts here, and this is a regular jiu-jitsu match, so no combat just yet.
Joey's got some size on Thiago.
I was wondering how that was going to play out when they were walking out. The size difference can make a big difference when it comes to takedowns. Oh.
Nice snap to a front headlock. Really beautiful
nice.
transition
Back
from the
take.
front headlock to the underhook. Shucked him by to the body lock, and now he's hopping in for the back. Has two hooks in, not super secure on the upper body though.
Thiago's going to find himself in some trouble here. Not a great spot.
Wow, almost
love
all the
that.
way through to the triangle.
These guys are getting after it right away. I'm really liking this.
Yeah, and Thiago's jumping on the leg
Knee
here.
bar,
Let's see how
knee
Joey
bar, knee bar.
responds.
That's tight. He has it. That's a big stretch there on the knee bar, but he frees the knee line, switching off to a toe hold. The knee line is lost, though, so it's very, very tough to finish here, that low on the body. But as he's shifting his legs back up, he's starting to gain more control.
Joey manages to turn the tables. These guys are going back and forth on each other.
That was a great scramble there from Joey out of the toe hold and then to a more dominant position on top. He's got to be careful here, though, with the potential triangle opportunities. But as I say that, he pins the knees together. And as they reset, if they reset in the center, this is going to be a very strong position for a pass.
Our refs are working overtime trying to keep him up on the mat. The crowd's digging it.
I know. I'm loving the energy of this match right now. They're really putting on a show.
That's what you need. The leadoff card, you need these guys to get after it.
Yeah, they set the pace and the energy for the rest of everybody to come out right now.
Now look at this overwrap Thiago has. He has a very traditional position here. Closed guard overwrap with the left arm. This position can be used very dangerously for mirror locks. Looks like he's trying to punch into a mirror lock, but wow, Joe was able to slip his arm out there.
Yeah, Joey was very patient in that position because you can slip the arm out, but you can also get caught trying to slip the arm out. Nice timing.
Into another knee bar attempt there from Thiago. Not quite enough bite on the upper part of the leg, and comes out to the feet now to try to go for the front headlock. He's
got a good bite on the front headlock.
Yeah, he does.
Now we haven't been able to see Joey
got that anaconda grip.
or Thiago on top yet.
Yeah.
So if Thiago is able to get to a top position, we may see a bit of a different game from him. Obviously, they were playing for takedowns in the beginning, so we know he's looking to be in the top position in general. So we can always see a different match when a fighter gets to their preferred position, right?
Absolutely. I think the heat is starting to settle in a little bit now after the jump. They're starting to get the lungs burning and the heart's going.
Interestingly, too, Thiago looks like he has a pretty strong bite here. I think he has the grip on the bicep with the right hand, so he has enough torque, but he might not be feeling like it's deep enough to spin through,
to
right?
really
You don't want to
put
risk,
it on it.
risk spinning through, ducking that head underneath, and really going for, or he might sit back
He
here.
might sit to it, which might be a better option against a big, powerful guy like Joey who can explode out of it if you try to roll through. Thiago's taking his time. What's Joey looking to do in this position?
Well, not this. Not this. I was going to say, hopefully not go over. But you know what? As I say that, you can see that he's bringing his right elbow back.
Yeah, he is.
And he's creating a lot of space between his shoulder and his carotid artery, right? Because that is essentially what finishes this choke. So he created enough space by opening his right elbow to release the choke, and now he's back up to the feet.
Very patient defense from Joey today.
It's very smart. They rushed into it early, but now it seems like they're feeling each other out, and they've kind of got each other a little bit more dialed in right now.
Both guys kind of establishing their attacks early on in the match, trying to get respect from their opponent.
One thing you'll notice about Joey as well is he does a great job at switching between attacking the head and the body. So he's going for snaps, he's going for front headlocks, and he switches off to arm drags, he switches to underhooks, to body locks. So when you're playing between someone's upper body, like the head and the torso like that, it can often lead to those really big explosive takedowns, like going for the body lock like he did in the beginning of the match. He went for an underhook, kind of a shuck style. He also finished a front headlock attack. So really, really well-timed combinations. He's still going for it off the mat.
Yeah. And to your point, it's difficult as a defender to keep defending high and low without exposing one part of your body. And we got the get-down rule.
Can you explain the get-down rule a little bit for our viewers if people haven't seen this before?
I'm sorry. I may have misspoke. This might be
I think they're in overtime. I believe they're already in overtime. So the get-down rule, we'll get to that in the combat matches because that does come into play with the combat jiu-jitsu matches. But right now it appears we're going into overtime.
It's like they're calibrating the clock. I believe this should be a 2-minute double overtime. Guys both taking a moment to get your breath, which can be a real gift at times.
Oh, for sure.
Little technical glitch, give you 45 seconds to...
Any second of breath that you can get back is definitely needed, especially, too, how hard these guys came out going.
I think they did maybe they reset?
Yeah, we're going to have to double check.
This is the get down position,
Yeah,
right?
we're going to have to double check before the next match just so we're clear on it. But I believe that they are implementing the get down rule now in no-gi jiu-jitsu matches, which is a little bit different than what we've seen before. Typically what that means is if the judge or the referee deems that they are staying on their feet for too long and there hasn't been action to take the match to the ground, they can bring the match to the ground.
Right. And generally we see it in combat jiu-jitsu where the ramifications of being on the ground are a little more serious.
There we go.
And Thiago's back on the leg. This is the third time he's looked for a leg entrance here.
Yeah, he's in on a heel hook this time, but again, doesn't have control of the upper part of the leg. So then once the knee line's free, it can actually put us in very dangerous positions to attack the legs.
Yes. Joey thought about a Darce. Might have just been more of a decoy.
He couldn't get the Darce. His leg's trapped right there.
His leg is hooked in there, yeah.
He's still hanging on to it, so he can't really get the right leverage for that.
He's alternating back between that Darce grip and that necktie grip, but I don't think he's really selling for it. I think he's just trying to get a reaction from Thiago, and Thiago's not biting.
No.
Yeah, one of the things about this position for the top player is that ideally you're able to keep your opponent's back flat on the ground, right, and you force them to release the foot, right, by applying that pressure on the upper body. But Thiago's been very resilient in continuing to attack the leg, even though he doesn't have a submission attempt left, but just to kind of save himself from getting his guard passed.
Yeah, he's not playing. He's on that leg like a kid grabs onto their parents. No!
Even here, it's interesting to me that he doesn't opt to come out to the knees and try to come up on top when Joey does sit back, right?
And now he might find himself in more trouble potentially here.
10 seconds on the clock at the very end of the match here. Let's see how it goes. This is a submission-only match.
Some good action back and forth from both guys here.
I am really loving it right now. Like, this is the first match. They're really
All right,
going
ladies and
after
gentlemen,
it.
this match
It's
will
really
be
fun
going
watching.
into overtime.
So here we go into overtime. So that clears things up a little bit for us. We do have the get down rule in the jiu-jitsu matches today, which is new. And now they're going to go into overtime. We have this Eddie Bravo style overtime where we're looking for the opponent that can hold the riding time the longest, or they finish with a submission, of course. They have the option of either starting on the back or in the spider web armbar position.
Looks like we got a little reset here.
You know, this is the first time I've ever seen Thiago roll like this, but I am really digging the way he keeps going after legs. Legs are one of my favorite things, and then just seeing him keep attacking them over and over again is really, really nice to see.
He must have felt or seen something that he thought he could pull through in one of those openings that encouraged him to keep going for it.
You know, well, and sometimes, you know, when you're in the middle of the match like that, as us sitting on the side, you can't really figure out what they're going for, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes he must have felt something and decided to keep going after it.
So they're going.
Looks like there's going to be a decision victory here rather than overtime. We'll get cleared up on an explanation for you guys here in just a bit.
Get some clarification here. Well, I think I'm just as surprised as anyone else. I don't know who's going to take this one home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear a nice round of applause for both these competitors. And your winner, out of the blue corner, Thiago Nascimento.
Both of these competitors competed
And let's hear it one more time
fantastically.
for Joey
If you're sitting at home, make sure to
Balestretti.
show them both some love. That was fantastic.
We got our opening win here for Thiago Nascimento. And it's interesting, being a sub-only event, we definitely see that the judges were really favoring a lot of those submission attempts, especially the leg lock. There was an early knee bar that was very tight. There were a couple toe holds. So even though the match was back and forth, Joey had some big moments, had some great attacks. It definitely was, the decision went in Thiago's favor this time due to the submissions.
Yeah, I could see how the decision went to him. It makes sense. I like it when it is sub-only, if they do have a decision and they really weight the favor towards the submission attempt. Sometimes we see it where we'll almost default to the old point system because that's like how we all came up. We're raised that way. But with sub-only, you got to restore the submissions to their rightful place in terms of the rule set.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing ends up being with rule sets that are submission only, which is something, the competitors are constantly talking about and, sometimes complaining about. Not in the right, but they do anyway, is how deep is a submission attempt? Right, really, right? That is really tough because sometimes you have things that look like submission attempts, but both competitors kind of know, it was sold on the face maybe, but it wasn't really, we're giving that big grin, the big I'm going for it, but both competitors are not feeling that it's really on. So you have people that maybe get positionally dominated the entire match, and then they threw on one thing that didn't look very tight. So it definitely can go either way, but I love, too, that it encourages our athletes and our competitors to really try to put on a show and finish the fight as often as possible.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it does encourage them to put on a good product in terms of the fans watching it.
Division.
But there are some athletes, and we
Please
see
welcome,
they're showmen. They're really good at making it look like they're going for
Aris.
stuff when they're not necessarily really putting it out there.
All right, here we go. Match number 2. Our announcer just brought in Aris Loinab. He's fighting out of Atos, and this is a 170-pound match.
So I'm thinking that the Nogi matches are going to be ref decisions,
And
no
please
overtime.
welcome his
appears.
opponent, Lucas Reese.
We got Lucas Reyes now coming in the Alliance camp. Aris Loinab is being coached here today by Ty Rotolo. Great guy to have in your corner.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about that.
And we got Lucas Reyes coming out now. from Alliance.
These gentlemen look ready.
All right, guys, welcome to match 2 of Subversiv. We have a big armbar, big flying armbar. Woo! Lucas Reyes with a big flying armbar. It's almost out, but that elbow is still
tight.
being stretched.
Oh, that is tight.
Look at Aris Loinab. Almost had to kick down on the body, but he's still locked on there. My goodness. Whew.
Fireworks out of these guys.
That is an exciting way to start off your match.
Big opening attack there from Lucas. Now in on a single leg. He takes it to the back. Back clinch here. And wow, sitting through, though, is Aris.
Yeah.
Woo!
Lucas just has no regard for his back.
Well, these young guys, they don't mind falling. I don't think they even feel it. I don't think it registers. Nice leg drag style passing from Aris. But look at the flexibility of Lucas. He is just super unfazed. Very, very, very difficult to pass those kind of guards, especially because as you step through, you leave your legs exposed, right? Which you just saw a little bit of a look at a leg lock. But Lucas seems to be intent on these flying submissions or maybe looking to wrestle, right? Right back up to his feet the second he could.
Yeah, I want to see what else he has in his bag of tricks here. He's not afraid to use them.
There's something to be said for athletes that feel dangerous and comfortable from everywhere. Wow, big foot sweep.
Man.
Woo.
It's a high-risk, high-reward style, but it's working for his advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say that when they're so well-rounded, they feel like they can go for high-risk situations because no matter where they end up, if they don't get it, they're comfortable, they're fine. So we're seeing that with Lucas' style. And even though Aris looks very dangerous himself in different positions, it's just Lucas looks so comfortable everywhere. I mean, he is just fighting so fearlessly.
Definitely is putting on a show here. It's tricky to compete against guys like this because you don't know where they're going to shoot the attacks from when they don't have a very big risk aversion. They'll throw them out from anywhere.
Oh, wow. Past the legs here is Lucas. He does get to the body. Look at the tight waist on the bottom side with the right arm. That is keeping Aris from turning towards us and turtling. He looked to turtle for a moment, but he wasn't able to due to that tight waist on the right side. Ian still. But now that Lucas has that left hand draped around the head and in front of the shoulder, it prevents Aris from turning because his right shoulder stays pinned to the mat. So it's a very sticky position.
Yes.
Wow, almost following through to the back. But again, we see the dangerousness of Lucas being able to have such a diverse game. Doesn't really mind that he falls to his back and now he's playing in the bottom position.
Goes right into his next attack.
Looked at a knee bear there for a second. Aris in on the legs. So Aris does feel very comfortable here. Look at him. He's going to attack his own heel hook, maybe outside heel hook. Switches off to maybe look for the back, but loses it. Now he's on his own arm for a second.
And Lucas was right out of that leg attack and right back into the pass.
I have not seen one position that Lucas has been in so far that he doesn't feel or look comfortable in.
Relentless pressure right now. Aris pulls him over the top.
Little blast double attempt there from Aris. So we can't see the clock from where we're at, but this match has got to be coming close to an end here. And if it does, without a submission, we will go into a decision.
Oh,
3 minutes and 30 seconds. Halfway mark. 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3:30.
Oh, overshot the mark a little bit. There's 3.5 left, we just heard. So we're halfway through this match. I wouldn't say there have been any significant submission attempts except for that opening armbar, right, from Lucas. That's the biggest one we've seen so far. It sits over almost to the back. It might be on another arm here. That is a tight arm attack here. Look at the left leg smashing that head down to the ground so that Aris could not turn towards him. And now we have a triangle back to the arm.
Slipped right at. He don't care. He's like, I'll get the next one.
Look at Aris trying to smash the head down, though, with his own legs. That's very popular.
And he just lost the
Super resilient, though. Wow. Oh, Aris comes up into a triangle, though, here.
This is going to be a problem for Aris. This is going to be a problem.
And there it is.
That was a big extension on that arm. Beautiful transition finish there from Lucas. Armbar, then triangle, then armbar, then back to a triangle, and finishes the arm straight inside the triangle from bottom position. Incredible performance.
That was a fantastic match by some beautiful competitors. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for these two competitors one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end at 4 minutes and 17 seconds. He is your winner by submission victory due to a triangle. Let's hear it for Lucas Rees. And let's hear it one more time for Aris Loina.
Crowd's happy with that. We've had two pretty big fights to lead the card off.
If the fights keep on going like this, I'm going to have a wonderful time, and I know the crowd is too.
Luke is putting on a nice display of Rutolo-style jiu-jitsu in front of the opposing coach, who just happens to be Ty Rutolo.
I know. I was actually thinking that when they were going. I was like, man, Ty's sitting right here, and this guy really reminds me of the Rutolo brothers' style. It just looks so electric from every position. Super courageous and everywhere he wants to go. Just super fun to watch. Yeah, I'm excited to see his career develop for sure. Big talent. And we've seen Aris Loina on the stage many times, at different big events, big shows, and he always is super tough. He's always fun to watch. So that is no easy match for Lucas Hayes to come out and look that strong against.
It's hard to dictate that pace for a whole match.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next grappling match is in the 205-pound division. Making his way, coming to you in the blue, is Jack Tunney.
We got the fighters for our third match of today about to come in. We got Jack Tunney. This is a 205-pound match. Jack is out of Meraki BJJ, Los Angeles-based team.
And his opponent, coming to you out of the red, Jamal Johnson.
And we're now taking a look at Jamal Johnson. He is out of 10th Planet Covina. Both these guys somewhat local, a couple hours outside of San Diego.
Jamal's got 14 wins on Smooth Comp. I don't know if that's hard. Smooth Comp has some of the records, but not all of them. But
it's hard to look up jiu-jitsu players' records because we fight in so many different organizations that it's hard, even if on BJJ Heroes, it's hard to find everything. So when you do look up something and you can find a lot of wins, you're like, all right, I know a little bit about this guy or girl because there's something racked up at least here.
I do have to say I am really liking Jamal Johnson's outfit right now. That is some flair right there. He gets some style points from me.
That's something, all right.
I think he gets best drip so far.
Maybe most unique drip.
Yeah.
I'm taking the sushi, though. It's very much a statement. Wow, that was a interesting. Looked like he was in on a single, but then also Jamal kind of wanted to sit, so it kind of happened simultaneously.
He obliged him. He's like, okay, we'll go there.
Jack really in over the head right away.
And that's.
It's hard because he has a tight bite, but not in the right place, right? It was too high on the arm, and so when you lose the elbow line like that, it gets very hard to hold on to the head, especially with someone as squirrely as Jamal.
And Jamal jumps.
Almost looked like he was going to go for one of those we call him a kid sweep or an ankle sweep there for a second, but kind of knocked him down. It looked like he might have gone into X, but looking very comfortable floating through these positions with the legs. Could potentially be looking for a false reap here.
Kind of looks like he's trying to set it up. I don't know, he's going to go with the stomp.
You'll see, though, how he brings that left foot underneath the foot and goes shin on shin. That really saves him from having to accept a lot of Jack's pressure.
Yes.
A little bit of a look at the back there.
So frustrating to almost get the back, and then your opponent just does a nice little spin, and they're like, I'm out.
One of the things we're seeing here so far is Jamal has been really relentless with the attacks, but he's not super tight on his finishes. So Jack does a great job at, just timing things well and making sure that he's out of danger.
Right. He's finding the escape right near the transition. And we got bubbles.
A lot of bubbles.
Wow, a little bit of a look at a foot sweep there, but then went in and shot instead. Comes up on top, but Jamal's head now looks like he's in trouble.
It's hard to see underneath that, but it does look like Tunney's got a deep grip. It dissipated.
One thing Jamal did a very good job of is he didn't let Jack's left foot in on a butterfly, so he wasn't able to elevate him and flip him over while he had the front headlock. So he did a good job shin blocking that way.
Jamal slips that left shin right back under again, but Tunney slid over it.
Wow, armbar here. This is pretty tight. Wow, Jamal trying to rotate out, and he loses the arm.
He got out. Nice display of patience by Jamal.
His style is so flowy. He's just going into different positions and getting right back out of them real.
This is Jack's best position so far, right? He had a pretty secure knee on belly, and now he's looking to kind of go further towards the head because when he keeps his knees towards the hips, Jamal has been putting him back inside the guard. So he brings his knee higher now, might be looking to try to get a look at that top side arm, but as I say that, Johnson's able to bring his legs back inside.
You got to find a way to slow someone like Jamal down, not let him transition as much where they constantly force you to react.
Big knee cut position here. Again, Jack for a second there was looking for an underhook with his right arm, but Jamal able to keep his arm intact, so now he's top spinning to the other side.
Knee on belly.
Let's see if he takes this neck attempt or top spins back to the other side. Jack's back on the other side.
3 minutes and 30 seconds. Halfway point.
Halfway through the match, I think, again, the biggest submission we've seen so far is that armbar from Jack was pretty deep. Oh, and up and into a single leg. Back clinch. Oh, hops on the back, gets a rear naked choke. This is already pretty deep. Let's see if he rotates towards the ground. If he rotates towards the floor, he could tighten this up. Jamal trying to hold out, but it's looking like it's pretty tight. Oh, gets the tap. Man, that oftentimes is the key with these guys that have maybe some size and some strength on you. If you can get to their back, you can slow them down and stop them from putting you back in the guard or taking you down.
Nice work by Jack Tunney. Had just enough control.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two competitors one more round of applause. He is your winner at the 4-minute mark, and he wins by tap-out victory due to a rear naked choke, Jack Tunney!
He's got some fans in the crowd today up here on top of the Hard Rock.
And let's hear one more time for Jamal Johnson.
All right, these are our first 3 matches here at Subversiv. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and we are going to be right back.
I don't know, where's that ice at?
Right here.
Oh, perfect. Did you have a cup?
I don't know. Somebody took it from me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next grappling match is in the 155-pound division. Coming to you out of the blue corner, please welcome Sensei Vega.
Sensei Vega coming down.
All right, we are back here with match 4 at Subversiv. This is Kendall Rusing, and I am joined by my 2 guest hosts, and we are into match 4. We got Sensei Vega, a mainstay on our stage. Always great to watch, always a great performer.
Please welcome his opponent, Jacob the Bull Brown.
And his opponent, Jacob, gave us one of the craziest Subversiv matches we've seen at our last show. It was in Anaheim a couple months back. But this is an incredible match. This is actually a last-minute replacement. Jacob the Bull Brown was a last-minute replacement for this match. Sensei Vega was originally had a different matchup, and we've got 2 of the most exciting fighters on the card matched up together. It's pretty good privilege for us.
Jacob's been around he was a young guy, but he's been around for a long time. I feel like I've been watching Jacob since he was 6 years old.
Well, that's one of the storylines of this match, right? Because you have Sensei Vega. He is around all the time. But he's one of the Masters competitors versus one of our teams. Like, that's pretty insane, right?
I'm not joking. Like, this Jacob's been around for a minute.
Really?
Yes. Kind of watch him grow up on the mats. Very dynamic grappler.
Oh.
I told you guys, one of the most exciting matches on the card. These guys are insane.
I'm really loving this high energy here.
Whew. It's breakdancing. This is not jiu-jitsu today. We're breakdancing today. The amount of uchimatas we've already seen in the first 30 seconds of this match is pretty wild. Now, when you get these young teenagers that are coming up and they're trying to kill you, this is sometimes where, we call it the old man strength, or in my case, now that I'm, the ripe age of 26, my old lady strength comes in. And with these teenagers, I'm like, man, you gotta show them who's boss a little bit.
You got to give him your business card.
Well, look, because Jacob is super tough. I mean, he is trying to kill him.
He's not playing. These kids are hungry, and they're good.
The endurance display is phenomenal.
It's hard to wear him down. It's very difficult with a young competitor like that. Sometimes you could lull him into a mistake, but you're not going to outgas him.
No. I remember being young when you didn't feel anything and you just kept going and going.
Another thing that's interesting about both these gentlemen's styles is they're both strong from everywhere. They're both extremely flexible and resilient, and rarely do we see them tap to submissions. But they finish most of their fights with submissions, so it makes them a really, really intriguing matchup.
Similar characteristics in that regard, you're right.
Wow, that was a shoulder crunch into an armbar.
He got it.
Wow. That was amazing. So Sensei Vega was in on a shoulder crunch right from half guard, and he was trying to sweep him. And as Jacob resisted, he actually switched to an arm on the other side. It's pretty incredible.
That was a very, very deep arm bar right there. I'm hoping he's all right.
That developed really fast.
Sometimes it happens like that.
Sensei Vega's one of those guys, though, who's really fast. His transitions are quick. He has good timing.
Yeah. I'm telling you what, I blinked and I missed that.
Dangerous. You never want to see a young competitor especially get hurt, pick up injuries like that. It is part of the game. It's a big win for Sensei Vega. You mentioned Uchimata earlier. It feels like Uchimata's had such a big resurgence lately. It's like the new superstar throw. It's getting its turn in the limelight for a minute.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because I think it's been popular for a long time because it's one of the easiest judo throws for grapplers to kind of add into their game that fits. But we see a lot of times with no-gi grappling is Uchimata is very hard to finish because if you lose the far arm and someone posts and you end up in that dogfight position, right? So I think what we saw a lot right now was both of them exchanging it without really finishing it, but it led to a lot of other transitions.
Yes, it did. Jacob hit a real nice guard pass off that Uchimata attempt.
Ladies and gentlemen, let these two competitors hear it one more time. This match comes to an end at 1 minute and 32 seconds. He is your winner by armbar, Sensei Vega. And let's hear it one more time for Jacob Brown.
Big win there for Sensei Vega. Lightning fast submission, and that was our 4th match here at Subversiv. My name is Kendall Roosing, and we'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
That was fast, man.
Yeah, that was that. I was so shocked at how fast that armbar came on.
All right, we're here at La Mesa at Swagoo Burger Bar at Subversiv.
Ladies
This
and
is the
gentlemen,
official
just real
weigh-ins,
quick,
and then tomorrow at the Hard Rock is the
your
fight. I'll be
attention,
sitting
all of the
ringside. Let's
servicemen
fucking go, baby.
and women that are
Swagoo Burgers
serving
all
this-
around.
So if you're a veteran, can you please stand up?
Okay. Thank you.
Or if you're serving in the military, can you please stand up? I served for 27 years in the United States Army, and the one thing that I can say is I served honorably and proudly for each and every one of you, just as much as they're serving for us. And I tell you what, that was the biggest thing in my life, other than my son and my daughter being born, serving my country. So I want to salute every single person involved. Thank you so much for what you do and have done and to continue to do. Thank you so much to all of our veterans.
Patriot Empowerment Institute.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, moving into the 185-pound division. Coming to you in the blue corner, please welcome Sarah Blakowski.
Want to remind you guys to check out the sponsor for today, Patriot Empowerment Institute. Check them out on Instagram at Patriot Empowerment.
We've got our first women's match of the day. We've got Sarah Blachowski. This is a 185-pound match. She's fighting out of Pitbull JJ.
She's feeling it. You throw DMX on, you find out who somebody really is when you put DMX on.
I saw her earlier today before everything got started on the mats, having fun, doing some flips out there, checking out.
And please welcome her opponent, Lauren Rojas.
We got Lauren Rojas coming out of Alliance.
She's got a crowd here today. Fans have come out. San Diego's really come out to support the athletes here, which is great to see. It's packed up here.
This is another match that has a really decent size difference between the two different competitors here. I'm wondering how this is going to play out for these two lovely ladies.
You're saying earlier, Justin, about the size difference. I think it's interesting because this match is at 185, and both those ladies probably fit nicely into that weight class, but just different Wow, Ooh. Different body style is what I was going to say. And it plays out really nicely because Lauren, I was going to say, has access to the legs, being a little shorter, and she got right in on an early shot.
Right on cue. She took the shot.
Yeah, it was a nice snatch single leg, and Lancer, she was in a bit of a knee shield half guard here, but she's opting to kind of pass outside, and she does get to the outside, and I got to pause there for a second as my papers flew off the table.
Good save from the production team.
Hit a gust of wind. That's one of the things about these rooftop shows where we are at mercy of the weather, right?
Yeah, we are. But you know what? I am thanking the weather gods for the wind. We'll take it.
It's hot out here in SoCal. All right, so we have Lauren here in a front headlock. It looked like Sarah tried to sit through, but she wasn't quite able to get through enough, and she got pinned to her back. So Lauren here is now trying to keep the shoulders pinned. Sarah's able to turtle and kind of move away, but Lauren does such a beautiful job at following the hip line, and she's in on the back with hooks in.
Wachowski's defending well.
Now Lauren was a little bit eager in on the choke, and she wasn't keeping herself attached to the back, right? Her chest didn't stay attached to the back. So Sarah really just whipped her body around and was able to face her.
That chest to back connection, so important to keep your opponent in front of you.
Kimura finish here, coming in hot from Lauren. Oh, not quite, and she gets the tap. Big crowd here for Lauren Rojas. A lot of Alliance fans here in San Diego. Makes sense, they're a local team, and they come out to support. They got a lot of athletes on the card today.
Loving it. Great patience shown by Rojas in finishing that. That was a very jiu-jitsu-esque type of finish in that she could have ripped it, and she just went slow.
Worth mentioning, too, the last-minute replacement. Lauren replaced Tamara Kneebone, who was originally coming out from Australia, wasn't able to travel.
Wow.
So, you know, she had a
Ladies and
sickness,
gentlemen, let's hear it
and
one more
last-minute
time.
replacement.
This bout comes to an end at 1 minute and 29 seconds. She is your winner by submission victory due to Kimura.
It always feels good to come in on short notice and get the
Let's
W.
hear it one more time for Sarah Blakowski.
The first 5 fights have been great fights so far tonight. Great action.
Oh, yeah, they've absolutely been wonderful.
Now coming up next, we do have our first combat jiu-jitsu match of the day.
I'm getting ready.
Hey, let's see some hands fly.
There's a little bit of a different vibe we're going to feel in here. As soon as the combat jiu-jitsu starts, the energy changes just a little bit when people can hit each other in the face, right?
Gets a little more intense. I just want to hear the first one. It's that first one that the crowd hears, and they're like, ooh.
A lot of times for people, Subversiv is their first combat jiu-jitsu experience. I mean, athletes, yes, but I'm mostly talking about the fans. So when we see the fans in the crowd and it's their first combat jiu-jitsu match they've watched, it definitely shifts their perspective on the sport a little bit. And there is some anticipation. You hear that ooh, you hear the ah. Things get a little quiet sometimes. The anticipation gets kind of tense.
The striking in combat jiu-jitsu has developed quite a bit, too, since it jumped on the scene a few years back, where you're seeing these athletes train specifically for those open palm strikes. And what used to look and kind of feel,
Like
don't
a
get me
slap,
wrong,
right?
I don't want to get slapped, right? I'm from Stockton. I don't want the Stockton slap. But a palm strike has some serious ramifications. We've seen people KO'd from them now. We've seen fights stopped. Like these guys really wear it. You can tell when they get touched up.
There's a difference between a slap and hitting someone with the heel of your hand, right?
Yes,
There's a big
there
difference.
is.
And, you know, what we haven't talked about yet is that in this show, we are going to have a team against team combat jiu-jitsu match at the end. We have our men's minus 185, men's plus 185, and women. So there's 3 people on this team, and they go head-to-head. That's kind of what Subversiv is known for, right? We have these team championships. But today, instead of having a bracket style, we have the last team that won the contenders. They had their belts, and they are going against the previous team that was the champion. So we have 2 champion teams going for their next bout here tonight, and that will be at the very end of our show.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that team phase versus team new level. last-minute replacement on New Level with Gerard James. Got the call the night before on Friday night, said he was out eating an entree on a dinner date. Got the call from Subversiv. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. Eating pasta. Can you make weight tomorrow? Probably.
You know, it's always something, too, when you're the last-minute replacement.
Oh.
It is a lot harder than people think when you just get the call. They go, hey, when do you
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go in the
Takes some guts to come in and do it.
155-pound division.
It does.
Coming to you in the blue corner, Javier Garcia.
Javier was hot yesterday.
Matter of fact, I had a conversation with him before we started this, and he was telling me he actually grew up in a mariachi band. And, yeah, and that's why he's coming out to this music right here.
We are seeing the mariachi flavor
Beautiful.
coming in hot at Subversiv here at the Hard Rock. We're on the rooftop out here.
He also has quite a fantastic mustache.
He really does. I like the tip of the sombrero to the crowd too. That's well played. Game face. Same face as yesterday.
Oh, for sure.
Crowd starting to sit up a little
And
bit.
his opponent for this first combat jiu-jitsu match of the night. Coming to you in the red, please welcome Nicolas Ricardo.
Nicolas Hurtado coming out, 10th Planet South Bay. What a corner. He's got a really impressive corner there. We got PJ Barch, ADCC bronze medalist. Again, this is our first combat jiu-jitsu match of the day. So for those watching at home, if you haven't watched too much combat jiu-jitsu before, just a heads up, there is not any open palm striking while they're on their feet. They have to wait till they go to the ground. But once they are on the ground, all open palm striking is game.
Overtime has the strikes as well, which is a nice wrinkle to the CJJ rule set. I like that particularly. Probably because I'm not competing like that, I like it. Not sure how happy I would be to give up my back and then also have to get cracked in the face in the process.
I definitely had that happen to me last time. It is not fun, I will tell you that.
Here we go.
It's worth mentioning, too, if you guys were here watching as of match one, we had a little bit of a wrinkle in the rule set. And what happened was it was being our regular jiu-jitsu match. They were employing or deploying the combat jiu-jitsu rules. So we saw the get down. We saw, potentially going into the overtime. So in our regular jiu-jitsu matches, we don't have the get down rule and we do not have overtime. It goes to decision. But in combat jiu-jitsu, if they're staying standing for too long, the referee can choose to put them down on the ground. That's called the get down rule. You'll see they start in a body lock from the guard. And also, there is overtime if there is no submission or knockout. So that would go into EBI overtime where they start from the back or they start in the spiderweb position. And again, like you said, Tim, they're striking from those.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit touchy. That EBI overtime is a little different when you add in those strikes.
The strikes, I feel like, really kind of place the positional hierarchy back where it is in terms of not getting hit in the face.
Well, guard is definitely different when you have strikes coming down. You're not just going to sit there and hang on to it.
This guy's might end up on our table. I think we need to get ready.
Now, one thing that does switch with combat jiu-jitsu a lot of the time, we don't see as many guard pulls, I'll tell you that. It's a little different to pull when you might get hit in the face. So we see a lot of our wrestlers and our top players gravitate towards CJJ because their style lends itself well to being able to end up on top and then use that heavy striking. Both of these guys, you can tell they have very strong wrestling positions because they keep really good inside position with the upper body. So they won't leave their elbows hanging out. Even when there's body lock and underhooks coming in, you can see really strong defense, not allowing those two hands to connect with the body lock fully. And now they're exchanging kind of that 50-50 over-under position here as well.
Both guys fighting for good head position.
Nicholas Hurtado is our fighter that is shirtless. He's fighting out of 10th Planet South Bay. Javier Garcia in the white rash guard. Again, look at that strong inside position from both of these guys. So now we're going to see this get down position. So the referee is going to flip a coin, and then gives Javier the choice to go top or bottom. In our get down rule, he chooses top, not a surprise.
I think the refs got him on a 1 minute clock when they're standing as well. Be interesting to see when the first palm strike comes.
Wow, Javier did a great job at bringing his left arm inside right away. Did you see that off the double under? So now it prevents that big body lock takedown or sweep. Shoulder crunch here, though.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Nicholas Hurtado has a nice shoulder crunch here. On the left, he might be able to use his butterfly hooks to elevate, but now he's getting in the striking zone. Wow.
Oh, there was a couple little extras.
Went off the mat right there.
Now that was really interesting because Hurtado had that strike to the face. He actually turned and ran from the strike, which gave up his back. That led to the takedown. It looked like Hurtado was going to go underneath for a leg, but now a little bit of a disagreement on the reset here.
One of the classic wars of every jiu-jitsu match is the reset battle. Javier sneaks a right hand in. He's getting some good body shots. I feel like body shots are not totally used enough with combat jiu-jitsu. You can really do work to the body.
Oh, 100%. A lot of people want to do that flashy knockout, go straight to the face, but you can definitely drain your opponent's energy by just doing some really, really nice body shots.
Hurtado looking like he has the upper hand as far as the legs go, so it's definitely going to be a goal of his to get in underneath the body if he is on bottom, or underneath the legs, sorry. But his ability to shift between the legs and the shoulder crunch position, I think, is what keeps him safe from the striking. And as I say that, he shifts off to a triangle.
You can slam to get out of subs. You can slam anytime. You can't spike. You can't spike.
Wow, so there's a disagreement here. The referee is saying that there was a tap, and we have Javier saying that he did not tap. Very difficult situation because when an athlete says that they're not tapping,
Sorry, go ahead.
There's very little that we can do. Are they doing a match replay? Are they watching back on video?
I think they are, but I don't know if that's like an official match replay.
I didn't think that we had an official match replay, so
I think they're going to run it back. I didn't see a tap. I thought that he stopped Javier from spiking.
It's very difficult because we weren't at the right angle to necessarily see the tap, but it looks like they're going to keep fighting.
Okay.
This is pretty insane to be reset in a submission.
I've never seen that happen before.
I've seen matches reset like this, and Eddie Bravo's going on to the mat now. And now PJ Barch is on the mat.
Okay.
PJ's upset.
See, one of the hard things about being a competitor, too, is you're very much at the ref's mercy. So if they see something like a tap, they think it's a tap, they may have to call it. But this is something new. I haven't seen something like this before.
I think they're going to call it now. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing, Kendall. Now he's going to sit back down. They're going to put him in a triangle. Kendall, you've competed all over.
I'm kind of stunned.
Have you ever seen this?
We have a lot of energy from the 10th Planet Corner saying that this match is over. Eddie Bravo, we got PJ Barch. I think they're bringing, is that a video that they just brought into the center?
I saw a phone was brought on. I don't think they're sharing a new meme. We got guys from both corners on the mat now.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now they're going to a video review. They're going to be looking at everything.
Okay. I mean, if you can do that, that's probably the fairest way to do it. If you can get a good video shot.
It's hard, though, both sides.
I would even say, though, even if the video shows that there is not a tap, then you have to call the match a draw.
How do you restart it?
Like, that's what I'm saying. It puts everyone in a very tough position, but if the match was wrongly called in a submission, I don't see how you can call the match either way. I think the match ends up as a draw, but
right,
I'm not sure of the official rule.
Reminder, if you're not.
Well, especially, too, when you're the competitor right now, there's a lot of things going through your head,
Yeah.
especially when you're sitting there and you're like, I didn't tap, the other ones that said I won, you know what I mean? Like, it's very stressful.
Yeah, talking about the emotions of going through, I just won, I'm stoked, I'm showing out. No, I didn't win. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. That's a lot to go through in your mind while your body's starting to cool off, and you. Looks like both guys are trying to be good sports about it. He's going to send it.
It's going to be a big.
If you are not an official, please get off the mat.
See PJ Barge running up to the mat to try to change the reset of the triangle to make sure that the arm is fully extended on the reset and that the triangle is fully locked. Wow, now Nicholas Hurtado is getting up, and I think what he's upset about is that he said if I can't reset it in the position I was truly in, if they won't let me, then the match cannot go on. Pretty sure that that's what's happening.
I know, this is such a tough
All right, ladies
situation
and
to
gentlemen,
be
the
in.
official decision on this is he is your winner by default, Nicholas Hurtado.
Very unique situation here. Definitely not one I've seen before.
This is going to have to be ran back. This is a rematch. These guys are having words. Emotions run hot.
Check, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Michael with Subversiv. Right now, I'd like to send to those two athletes, if they're paying attention, we would like to offer them a rematch on our next show. If they say yes. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see a rematch? Fuck yeah! Javier, do you want a rematch? Hurtado, do you want a rematch? No, next show. Done! Signed!
So we just had Michael from Subversiv come out and let everybody know that there will be a rematch between these two gentlemen on the next show of Subversiv. Both of them verbally agreed, so it looks like we're going to be able to see these guys go at it one more time.
Subversiv 12. Coming up soon.
I will be here for that one.
I knew this match was going to be fireworks, but I got to be real. I didn't know it was going to wind up like this. I have not seen a decision like this. I've seen competitors go back and forth and not be happy about the restart or the call, but I've never seen it quite like this.
Now look, all I got to say to everybody at home is if this is your first time or second time watching a jiu-jitsu event, if someone made you watch this, if you're sitting there wondering what jiu-jitsu is, all I have to tell you is that this is not the usual, okay? This doesn't happen very often. There's a one-time thing as far as what I've seen before. Pretty nuts, pretty difficult situation.
Oh, but you're getting a treat, though.
You're
getting a treat.
You're definitely getting some entertainment. That is for sure, and that is always promised at our Subversive events. Lots of entertainment.
This may be the Javier's going to address the crowd.
My name is El Mariachi Javier Garcia. I just want to formally apologize to everybody who came out here. I wanted to see a good fight. You know, whoa. I didn't tap. He really didn't want to go right there. That's what happened. You know, he quit, and I hope I can come to the next show and put on a good show for you guys. Maybe it'll be a rematch, or maybe we'll get a backup in case he doesn't want to fight again. Then we'll have somebody who's ready. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to the show.
Well, Javier Garcia definitely had a message for the crowd. Seems he has some fans in the crowd as well, and we're going to be able to look forward to a rematch on Subversiv 12 between these two gentlemen one more time.
I have a feeling that they're going to be going at it very hard next time.
Nicholas Hurtado was definitely very hyped up. I mean, even his corner was telling him to simmer down a little bit, bring the energy down, and he was running around yelling. Although, hard to say how any of us would feel in that particular situation. Right, you got a combat jiu-jitsu match, you're getting hit in the face, you slap on an arm bar, you think your opponent taps, the ref thinks the opponent taps, it's very close, you're celebrating, and then someone's trying to take it away. So I can imagine it'd be a very emotional situation.
Absolutely. And at a point like that, that's when you really need your corner and your team. You need to trust them. You need them to kind of be like, hey, as his corner did, like, it's okay, we'll sort this out. It happens. These guys are competitors. Everybody wants to win. That's what we want. It's beautiful violence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our next combatives jiu-jitsu. Please welcome, coming to you out of the blue corner, Tyler Benecki.
We got another combat jiu-jitsu match coming in hot. We got Tyler Benecki, 170-pound match here between Tyler and Ricardo Rea out of Alliance, another Alliance athlete.
I don't know, team. What's going to happen?
We're all stunned here. We're all stunned. We're looking at some of the referees and judges on the side.
I'm just enjoying the ride right now, I'll tell you what.
Look, we promised you entertainment, all right? And you will be entertained. This is Kendall Roosing on the mic. We've got two guests today, Tim Freeman and Justin Jackson. It's the first time commentating. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the team. We saw you on the mats before fighting.
Yeah.
So playing a little bit of the other team today.
Actually, one of the upcoming guys. He's fighting again today, my opponent.
Please welcome his opponent, Ricardo Rea.
Rea comes in with some combat jiu-jitsu experience. Benecki's 5-0 as an amateur in MMA. He hasn't fought pro since 2019. Combat jiu-jitsu is kind of like that perfect middle. It sits right in between mixed martial arts, full-blown, and submission grappling. Seems like it's a nice spot right in between there.
Especially, too, if you've never done MMA before and you want to get your feet wet with taking shots to the head. It's a whole different world. I was always told when I was training, every shot you take to the head brings your belt level down one notch.
Yeah. There's some truth to that.
Oh, for sure.
Here we go.
Yeah, one thing that we see a big difference in, I believe, in the combat jiu-jitsu matches is our jiu-jitsu guys who come in and want to strike because they're kind of getting into it or maybe thinking about doing MMA versus our MMA guys who feel very comfortable with striking but maybe don't have as strong as of a jiu-jitsu background. So you have a little bit of opposing styles there, and it usually becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly once they get to the ground, right?
It really does. You catch combat jiu-jitsu catches people on the way up and on the way down in terms of maybe I had a bunch of MMA fights and I'm not trying to tax myself at that level anymore. Guys, like we're going to see later today, Jesse Taylor.
Oh. Bit of a duck under there from Ricardo Rea. Nice. Wasn't quite able to get under, but now we're on the ground. Strikes are legal, but almost into the legs.
And Benecki's throwing hands here.
Look at that connection, though, that Rea had. He was so high up on the top of the thigh if he would have got in.
He's raining down shots.
Yeah, he is. Rea's trying to clinch up, but he caught one on the way out there. A little thank you very much.
difficult to manage the distance from bottom guard, right? So typically if there's strikes involved, we see our guys and girls try to either keep a very close distance and close guard and clinch up and protect their bodies, or keep a lot of space, push away with their legs, get some room. Now Ray, though, interestingly enough, is actually taking a different approach and trying to go underneath the legs.
Yeah, he is.
Very Gary Tonin-esque, right? But that becomes with its dangerous too, because
Yes.
it sometimes leaves our head exposed, which we're seeing.
That's Ice Road Truckers. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, those inversions are very dangerous because if you don't get it, you're just going to be eating shots like he is right now.
And he's eating shots from Beneke right now. Beneke's trying to knock the Wi-Fi out with those slaps, man.
For sure.
Now this is a much safer position for Rhea when he gets to that close distance. Again, you want to be very close or very far. So if he's in the closed guard and he's able to lock up the body like that, and now he's looking at potentially going into the arm, but we see Beneke shaking his head no, there's no pressure there. Those are safer spaces where he was before when there was a lot of distance, right?
You can hear those slaps coming off of Rhea.
Oh, yeah, he is putting a lot of force between them.
Look at a triangle there for a moment. And now a strike from the bottom.
Yeah, Rhea popped one of those off a few minutes ago, too. Just a little, don't forget I'm down here, dude.
Almost at a bump sweep low. We got some classic bump sweep style coming in.
Look at this.
Oh, the arm bar's there. Could potentially have an arm bar if he can get the leg over the head. We'll see if he's able to bring his right leg over the head. Not quite. Beneke doing a good job keeping his head low.
He clears out.
That was a close attempt there for Rhea, but it wasn't ever quite able to lock on the arm. And some big body shots from Beneke now, raining down.
Heavy shots from Beneke.
Whew.
He has been throwing a lot of shots
he has.
this match.
We can see Ricardo Rhea now trying to wrestle up, right? So he gets into that single leg. Let's see if he can sit him down, but he's at risk of a guillotine here. He gets thrown over the top. Now coming into this. Oh. Didn't want to speak too soon if we were going to see that Darce there.
Rhea able to capitalize on that attempt for the Darce when Beneke sat down. He was able to switch the positions.
Now this is the first time we've seen Rhea in the top position, right? And not only is he top position, he's past the guard, he's in side control. So from here, if he were to try to move into the mount or even start striking from here, this is a much different opportunity that he has.
Beneke told us yesterday he is not planning on being on his back. His plan from the bottom is to get up, not hang out there.
Yeah, so we'll see here if he's able to create enough distance to get up.
Seconds. Halfway.
To come to his knees, to recover the guard. But wow, big mount coming in hot here from Rhea.
He got the mountain right there.
And he has the arm triangle. He may not resort to striking. He may go for the submission.
He's got that arm cleared.
Look at how he's trying to finish without dismounting, right? So typically with the arm triangle, went to sleep.
Put him out.
Boy.
Typically we see people dismount to finish, but Rhea did an excellent job of finishing from the mount, so he doesn't have to risk losing that dominance of hip-to-hip control. And Beneke did go out. Whew.
Jiu-jitsu. You can be getting hammered for 4 minutes.
And then it changes in an instant.
Have a slight change of position and win the fight.
That was very impressive.
What a match.
I mean, he ate a lot of shots at the beginning of the match and then pulled out the victory right at the end.
Yeah, he's gonna need an Excedrin.
For sure.
Yeah. So far, these athletes have really brought the heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get
This might be the most
One more round
entertaining
of
show I
applause.
have seen in a long time.
The crowd's on the edge of their seats, too.
It's like Christmas every day.
We got Johnny Faria in the house coaching a lot of the Alliance athletes as well, including this one right here, our winner. Ricardo Rhea winning our second combat jiu-jitsu match of the day with a big submission there, arm triangle from mount after eating a lot of strikes. And we will be right back after a commercial break. All right, we are back. This is Kendall Roosing. I've got Tim Freeman to my right.
Mic check, mic check, check.
Kendall, I don't know how we're going to outdo these. If this pace keeps building, by the time we get to the team matches, the Hard Rock's going to be jamming up here tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty packed in here. Yes, we just had our 7th match of the day. Now we're going to be on to a 140-pound match between Dominic Lobo of 10th Planet Orange. We got Jordan Rabe out of Atos.
This is going to be a no-gi submission match. We won't see any palm strikes. Well, we shouldn't see any palm strikes. But
there's always a chance. The chance is never 0, right?
That's true. That's a very true thing. Subversiv Grand Championship, doing a great job of matchmaking and bringing this local talent out. And San Diego's been a hotbed of jiu-jitsu for a decade now. You mentioned Johnny Faria. He's a staple out here. Atos Jiu-Jitsu made a big move out here in the early to late 2000s. And San Diego, over time, turned into a mecca in the United States. And there's still quite a bit of fantastic jiu-jitsu going on in this Southern California area. It's really great to be back home and see this.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving into the 140-pound weight division, coming to you in the blue corner, please welcome Jordan Rabe. And please welcome his opponent, coming out of the red corner, Dominic Lobo.
All right, here we go. Back in action, we have a regular jiu-jitsu submission-only match. We've got Dominic Lobo out of 10th Planet Orange. We've got Jordan Rabe out of Atos, and these gentlemen are fighting at 140 pounds. No palm strikes here. This is a submission-only match that will go to referee's decision if there is no submission throughout.
Getting right after it again.
Wow, immediate guard pull, but also right into an immediate guillotine. We got Jordan of Atos on top in the brown rash guard. Dominic Lobo in the black, representing 10th Planet Orange. Dominic immediately in on a little bit of a sweep, but you know, considering Jordan pulled in the beginning, I think that he's fine conceding the position. Definitely looking to be heavy on the leg attacks. We have almost a bit of a Kimura there from Dominic. Wow! Oh. Big triangle here. Dominic Lobo in on a triangle. Looked like there was going to be a slam, but not quite there. He's pulling down the head to prevent him from posturing up, and pulling down the head really compresses the front of the throat while also increasing the opportunity to shut off the carotid artery with that shoulder. Jordan's able to stay postured up just enough, though. So interesting, he's sitting on his butt, trying to posture here to prevent the compression, but look at
He is just so tight in on that triangle.
that pull from Dominic is really impressive, because when you pull the head down like that, you prevent the airway from staying open, right? So that a lot of the time is the killer on the finish. Jordan's left elbow, though, has been staying out on the hip, like on the side of the hip. So it looks like Dominic's trying to shove the arm over across the chest so he can get more of that compression that he's looking for by pulling on the back of the head.
You can't step away for a second here without missing something. This is wild.
We're seeing, Dominic taking some coaching direction from Sensei Vega. He looked to be using his left arm to underhook the forearm. There's a little bit of a slam here. The problem with the slam is it can also put you deeper in the triangle. And now, like I was saying, Sensei Vega giving that opinion of using the left arm to underhook the leg to change the angle of the triangle. Was doing that for a moment. Now back to the arm, shoving the arm across the body, gets the tap.
There's the tap.
As soon as he got the arm across the body there, that big compression that he was pouring on by pulling on the back of the head really immediately went into play.
You start cutting that angle, that little space between your legs and their arm gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Oh, for sure. Now this show, I will have to say, has been one of the best treats I've ever seen in jiu-jitsu right now. Every single competitor is going out there giving it their all, but this has just been one of the most fantastic
Ladies and gentlemen,
shows
this
I've seen in
bout
a
comes to
long
an end
time.
at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He is your winner by tap out, victory due to a triangle. Let's hear it for Dominic Lobo!
Dominic Lobo.
One more time, Jordan Ravy.
With the submission victory, he's being coached by Eddie Bravo, Sensei Vega. Got a really strong support system here. One of the best things about having these shows on the West Coast and Southern California, and a place like where we're at the Hard Rock here in San Diego, is that we get so many of the superstars that get to come out because they're local, right? So when their guys and girls are fighting on these cards, they just drive right on over. They're able to coach, they're able to watch. So we have some of these powerhouse teams like, of course, Alliance, 10th Planet, Atos. A lot of their high-level coaches are able to actually be here in person instead of just maybe one person who flies out to support. We get to see a lot of them. So super fun energy and such a cool venue to be into. It's our first time being here with Subversiv at the Hard Rock on the rooftop. Finally cooling down a little bit too. It was hot a couple hours ago. We're feeling a little better now, that's for sure.
It's always a real treat when you scan out into the crowd and you see, oh, there's Johnny Faria, there's Eddie Bravo, there's this dude, there's that dude, and you're realizing that this is an elevated situation and folks are showing up, not just the fans that are watching.
All right, we'll be right back after one quick commercial break.
I'm sorry, I did not catch that.
No, it's okay. I just didn't want to cut you off mid-thought. If I can do it, I want to.
All right, we are back in action here. This is Kendall Roosing. We are here at Subversiv 11, and we are welcoming in our match number 9 between Omar Nizam and Mark Elliott.
Omar picked up a victory against.
And please welcome his opponent, Mark Elliott.
Against Aris Lonab at the last Subversiv.
Yeah, you're right. That was a really exciting match. I remember watching Omar and Aris, and again, both of these guys come back to Subversiv because they go for the kill. They're fun to watch.
I love
they have
the
great
way he's
performances.
Elliot's pumped. I was checking out Elliot's bio at Gamebred, and one of the taglines was, "Works well with kids." That's awesome. If you can teach kids, a little nod there from Mark.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I think he'd be the first one to tell you he fits in with them. He has like a similar outlook on life and vibe.
Very loose. Very loose.
All right, this is a no-gi jiu-jitsu match. No combat here. Mark Elliott, Omar Nizam. Wow.
Oh, back take right away.
Yeah, Omar wasting no time, right to the back. That might be one of the fastest back takes I've ever seen. You know, one of the weirdest things, one of the craziest things about Mark, though, is he's weirdly hard to submit. This guy, we never see him finished.
Some people are hard to finish. They're hard to kill. They're just a nuisance. You just can't put them away. Like the bad guy in a movie who keeps coming back.
Omar looking very insistent, though, in that rear naked choke. He's not quite getting under the chin, but we see people finish over the face all the time. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's a saying, anything below the eyes is neck for a reason. So you get right over that face, you squeeze. A lot of people, they're ending the match right there. But someone like Mark Elliott, super tough, right? He's continuing to hand fight. He's pushing up on the elbows.
Yeah, that's a real grind of a position to defend when your opponent is content with taking the nose or taking, like you said, anything under the eyes. I'm pretty sure my carotid's not on my cheek, but
it's a real
I will tap.
No, it's a real rough position, especially, too, when your opponent just keeps going for it and cranking on you.
He could be getting blood here, though. This is looking tight.
There we go.
Wow. Oftentimes, I was going to say, you can finish a blood choke over the face if you know how to bring your elbows down to the chest and kind of compress the position that the chin is in. You can get blood. It's harder to do, but that's what it looks like to me.
Sometimes that position, though, is just suffering. You know,
more times than not. I agree.
It's a rough position to be in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end at 1 minute and 14 seconds. He is your winner by submission victory due to a rear naked choke. Please give it up for Omar Nizam.
Omar made quick work.
And let's hear it one more time for Mark Elliott.
I think we've only had one decision. Is that right? The first match, I think, was a decision.
Technically, the controversial one was, too.
Yes. That was like the funnest kind of decision you could have. If you're going to have a decision, at least it's cool and unique and interesting.
Yeah, it was a tack kind of.
All right, we will be right back. We're going to head to a commercial break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
New Hope Regeneration is changing the fight game. With regenerative therapy at a fraction of the cost of the competition, you are not your diagnosis. Conveniently located throughout the United States, it's time to heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. Schedule your free consultation at newhoperegeneration.com.
All right, everybody, we are back here at Subversiv at the beautiful Hard Rock in San Diego, California. I'm Kendall Rusing. I am joined by Tim Freeman and Justin Jackson on our commentary team. We are heading into match number 10. We were just talking about before the break. We are on a submission
Ladies and gentlemen,
streak.
moving into the 185-pound weight division. Coming to you out of the blue corner. Please give it up for Eduardo Alves.
All right, we got a big match here between Eduardo Alves out of Alliance and Kyle Chambers out of 10th Planet.
Chambers with one of the longest matches in jiu-jitsu history. 2 hours long. So long they put him off at like the kids table. They're basically like, you guys got to finish this on the warm-up area.
It was a crazy situation.
And please welcome his opponent, Kyle Chambers.
Yeah, that was a crazy situation. We were at the Flow Grappling Who's #1. It was the Who's Next
WNX,
finale,
yeah.
right, of that reality TV show that we had. And it was the finale of the show, and they had a 2+ hour match, but they weren't the final of the event, so we did have to move them onto a separate mat and then continue the show so that we could get out of there for the middle of the night. But it still went very, very late. I was there sitting and commentating that. That was intense.
I'm loving my man's hair over here.
Oh, yeah, Kyle's always comes with a style. Yeah, that was against Isaac Michel. What a match. I mean, just to go for 2 hours is
Let me tell you, our referees, they were getting pretty tired at that point.
How do you spell them in and out? You literally have to tag your ref out during the match. Here we go.
All right, you got Kyle Chambers, definitely recognizable with that red hair, red fit. And, of course, we have Eduardo Alves in the brown rash guard. Immediately sits to guard. Right into a shin-on-shin entry. But the thing about Kyle is I think he prefers to play on bottom. So if there's an opportunity to kind of sit back, he's going to be comfortable doing so. Looked like an ankle lock attempt there from Eduardo Alves, though. Now, we know Kyle Chambers loves to play in the legs. He loves to finish leg locks, but we don't often see him being attacked with like straight ankle locks. So sometimes these guys and gals that are really strong with their straight ankle locks, they can catch people off their guard because it's not always a thing that our high-level people are looking to finish. So it's a little bit deceiving, right? It doesn't feel super threatening, and then until it's too late and there's a lot of pressure.
Especially with that little shadow hook in, you kind of feel like, yeah, my knee feels okay.
Look at Eduardo Alves' head control from top, right? He was able to pull up really deeply on the head of Kyle Chambers, and it prevented Kyle from either inverting fully or kind of diving underneath the legs, keeps his back on the mat.
It looks like Alves cleared his knee line and went right back to an ankle attack.
Yeah, we know that that's where he's looking, right? But Kyle's rotated now, so it kind of showed the backside instead of the front of the ankle. But Eduardo wasn't able to switch off to a knee bar or anything that would be effectively attacking the backside, so Kyle looks really fine to me.
It's interesting how much focus has been on using the heel hook as the finish, and the last couple of years we've seen, I don't know if it's a resurgent, but we've seen a lot of straight ankle locks. We've seen a lot of guys with unique finishes, a lot of them kind of come out where we don't expect them, and Kyle shelves the leg. But
one of the things Kyle is so great at is, I'm just noticing, does he have an earring in?
I knew you were going to say that. I just saw it. I think he does.
They usually do have people take them out before the match starts. He may have just forgotten, though. Anyway, as I was saying, he does a really great job of controlling inside position. So even though Eduardo will get into an ankle lock, Kyle will swim his leg back inside and retain inside position, so he's not in danger. But as I say that, he actually brings his leg over the top, and now he's looking to attack this leg. I wasn't sure if he was going to switch over to potentially a knee bar or an outside heel hook.
Kind of 50-50-ish right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, he has what we call, like you call it the unfair 50-50 because it potentially can turn into a leg drag. But people who are really strong in that position, they don't find it unfair at all. They really, really like to be there because they can use it to sweep. But Eduardo Alves, potentially does have the option of leg drag from there too. So now we may see, a couple different options. Eduardo may try to step his right leg back and go into a leg drag or kick out like we just saw.
Put his boot in his face. And he's right back. Eduardo's really catching those ankles on the way out of these transitions. He'll jump on it, force Kyle to defend.
Yeah, great match from these guys so far. They're going to reset to the center. One thing that's interesting to note is I think one or two times Kyle Chambers actually motioned to the ref to ask if they could reset in the center, right? Because he doesn't want those scrambles to go out of bounds. So that's really the sign of someone who feels very confident in their scrambles, like they don't want to lose the position they're in once they get it. Yeah, Eduardo really insistent on these ankle locks. I wasn't sure if he was going to try to turn into a stima or if he was just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the foot to get Kyle to move. But now he has both ankles, or both almost ankles / foot pinned to the ground, smashing through the guard. But Kyle looks so incredibly comfortable here.
Some extreme flexibility on Kyle's behalf.
And it's one thing, too, for people just to be flexible. It's another for them to be able to rotate their knees and hips in ways where even when their flexibility is tested, the second someone does try to move to pass, they have inside position again, right? That is a really, really important sign of a great guard player. Another person that reminds you of is someone like Elizabeth Clay, right? You can bench her in half, but you can't get inside position, so it doesn't matter.
I think sometimes
heel hook.
There's a heel hook attempt by Kyle, but he doesn't quite have the knee line. You see Eduardo looks pretty comfortable because his knee's outside of the thighs.
To your point, oftentimes we'll mistake that for pressure or something else, and it's really just the timing of it.
You're talking about the guard flexibility? Yes. Yeah.
We think it's like this guy's got great flexibility, this girl's got great flexibility, but their ability to swivel their hips just at a fraction of a second makes it very difficult to pass their guard.
Now, Eduardo in again on this footlock. So typically we'll see in Eduardo's position, again in the brown rash guard, his right foot would step on the hip potentially, and then he uses that to stretch the pressure. But Kyle also has, that really weird calf slicer with his arm through, and he was trying to put some pressure there. But it is a bit of a risky exchange, because when you try to power in and finish one, you might leave yours exposed. And we're seeing some roll through escape now from Kyle Chambers, because he did open up that opportunity for attack a little bit.
We saw Joseph Chen get tapped with that at CJI a couple weeks back.
Another big ankle lock attempt from Eduardo.
Well, he's really on the ankle. He hasn't really tried much outside of this in terms of attack. It's been fairly focused.
Now Kyle in on his own ankle lock. Look at that's pretty big belly down pressure there. But again, Eduardo able to clear his knee line, so looks to be safe. Now some big pressure coming from Eduardo. You see Johnny Faria in his corner really urging him to pour it on. But Kyle always, they have very different styles of defense. We see Kyle continuously rolling through to defend, and we always see Eduardo clearing the knee line.
Clearing the knee, yeah.
So Eduardo is typically able to chain his submissions together as Kyle spins, whereas once the knee line is exited, it's hard for Kyle to transition to a new submission. So the reason I mention that is because in the eyes of the judges, when you're looking at someone who has more submission attempts or more significant submission attempts, I think those chaining of attacks really do play into that.
Yeah, I think it really sets the perception if you can make your opponent defend more than they can attack.
Whether they were super tight to being finished or not, right? Like, we don't know. We'd have to ask these guys, right? Yeah. But it is the perception you're talking about. And now though, look at Kyle in on that heel hook with 30 seconds left. That's the deepest heel hook attempt he's had so far, because he has the control of the upper part of the leg. The knee is stuck inside.
I think he might try to isolate that foot right up against his chest, but Kyle lets go.
Eduardo is in on a toe hold, but he doesn't have isolation of the leg, so it's very hard to finish because Kyle's thigh is free. But perception-wise, it still plays a part.
Yeah, I felt like Eduardo gave a little peek up to the ref, too. Like, you see this? I got it.
Wow.
That was an amazing match between two fantastic leg lockers.
Lots of action. This one goes to the judges. Let's see if Eduardo showed enough to the judges in terms of the ankle attacks. Chambers had a couple of attacks of his own, but you're saying, Kendall, it's hard to look active when you're defending.
All right, we're going to get to hear our judge's decision in just a moment. There's a very tough match between these two guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a great match. These two competitors here one more time. He is your winner. Out of the red, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers takes the decision victory. Another win for 10th Planet.
Let's
Congratulations
hear it for
well to
Eduardo
Eduardo Alves for a
Alves.
great match. Wow. Alliance versus 10th Planet. We've got to see a couple of those today. And we'll see a few more. But first, we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Psilocybin is very interesting and should be studied more deeply because it does things that are quite miraculous.
All right, we are back here at Subversiv 11. We are at the Hard Rock Hotel. We're on the rooftop by the pool. Sunny and beautiful out here, and it is packed. We're in San Diego, California. This place is full. My name is Kendall Rusing. I've got Tim Freeman and Justin Jackson with me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Moving into the 240-pound division.
We're into match 11.
Making his way first, let's hear it for Luis Zamora.
It's a party up here.
Oh, very much. It looks like the crowd is really packing in back there. I will say, having the sun out here, I am wondering how some of these competitors are handling it, because it is definitely blaring right now.
Nice thing is we got that little breeze coming through, and they're I'm not sure if you knew this, Justin, but they're actually doing this like ice spray on the mats
I
to
was
cool the
wondering what
mats
that was.
down and then wiping it off to keep the mat cool. Because if you've ever trained in a place where the sun was on the mats, we have one of our schools, Grace of Our Riverside. We open the garage door, and because we like the sun to come in, the mats get hot, and it's like lava if you touch it on that one section. So that freezer spray, I think, is coming in handy.
I need to get me some of that just for personal use.
And let's hear it for his opponent, Kevin Richardson.
This is a 240-pound match of no-gi jiu-jitsu, submission only. We've got Kevin Richardson of Cryoterra and Luis Zamora of Tillis BJJ.
Zamora's 1-0 in MMA. It's been a minute since he's been out there. He does have a win in Gladiator Challenge, one of the staples of the MMA leagues that have been around for a long time. And Richardson's making an appearance today.
He's definitely showing some flavor, if that's what we want to call it. I mean, holy moly. We're not even in October yet. What's that guy called again? That he's from a horror movie, right? Is it Jason, the mask?
Yeah.
Is this Jason?
I don't think that is Jason.
No?
I think this is just
Just scary?
I guess.
Oh, maybe it's kind of a clown thing. Oh, and it's
throw-
going. Oh goodness, it's going
That
out
almost
into the
hit that.
crowd. So it wasn't Jason. It was kind of a creepy clown thing.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep. And then we have the jail jumpsuit.
Maybe he's an ICP fan.
Was it the?
I think it's a collage of several.
Was the thing on top an apron?
I think it was a straight jacket that they didn't quite
It's
button
very,
up.
Very interesting branding, actually.
Yeah.
We're not doing post-match interviews, so if we were, and he won, I'd be asking some questions. I would definitely have some questions for the man. But nonetheless, we're here talking about it, and a lot of people are paying attention, so maybe that was the goal all along. Anyway, Luis Zamora making a big statement, and Kevin Richardson here fighting at 245 pounds in a jiu-jitsu match. Here we go.
Again, we do have a match that has a massive size difference again.
Yeah, Kevin's got some height on Zamora for sure.
Said their names backwards earlier, by the way. Kevin Richardson, the one making a big entrance. Now, Luis made his own entrance, don't get me
like,
wrong.
what did I do?
But a little different stylistically, right? Yeah, typically with a size difference like this or a body style difference like this, we'd see someone like Kevin with his height looking for a lot of front headlocks, a lot of snap downs, and with someone in Luis's position, he may be looking for body locks. He may be looking to go in on a snatch single, blast double. Not always does it go like that, but those are the most noticeable or the most predictable kind of exchanges that we'll see with a difference of height so obvious.
The classic battles in grappling.
I will say, though, there are a lot of people, in maybe they're shorter than their opponents, kind of like Luis, that they will opt to pull and go into like a deep half position right away.
Yeah, I have seen that strategy played out, especially when your partner's quite a bit taller. I think they're going to get down. This is the second time this has come up. I believe we're doing the get down.
Yeah, we're going to see how this plays out. I don't.
Zamora immediately gets onto the pass. He might actually clear the knee line here. Richardson trying to use that knee shield to keep Zamora at bay. I don't think Zamora wants to be in Richardson's closed guard.
Oh, that is not a place anybody wants to be.
He's doing just a good enough job of killing Richardson's bottom knee. He's trying to get around it.
It almost looks like he's trying to set up.
Wow, look at how Zamora kind of floated through the knee shield by attacking the head.
Yes.
He instead of grinding through and fighting against the knee shield, because that's something we see a lot, he actually kind of brought his body up and over the knee shield and collapsed it through and then reached for the head. And it looks like he might have gotten the tap here.
Got the tap.
Is it a Darce?
I think it was a Darce. It was kind of an unlikely position. You usually don't see it finished at that that spot. It looked like Richardson was trying to wrestle up more or less. And
Zamora must just have that Darce magic, baby.
Zamora's got no tolerance for scary movie characters.
No, not at
Putting
all.
that one to rest.
He seems more of a Disney guy to me.
Maybe Disney Dad.
Crowd's getting hyped up for Zamora at Attila's Jiu-Jitsu.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for these two competitors one more time. He is your winner by guillotine choke. Let's hear it for Luis Zamora.
Luis Zamora here with a guillotine win. That's what we heard.
And let's
in the
hear it one more
official
time
call.
for Kevin Richardson.
With a win over Kevin Richardson, that was a 245-pound match, and also quite a few submissions in a row there. Hopefully we see some more, but we'll be right back after a commercial.
I guess we're doing the get down.
Welcome to Subversive Fight Club.
All right, we are back here at Subversive 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving into the 150-pound division. Making his way out of the blue corner, please welcome Anthony Paredes.
Now, on our show so far, we've had 8 submissions. We've had 1 submission that was contested and then ended up as a default win in the technical category, and 2 decisions. Pretty incredible stats so far.
I'm happy with that. The matches have been exciting. Even the matches that went to decision were exciting, which is what you want to see. And as a competitor, it's not easy because everybody wants to win. But at the end of the day, everybody wins if we put on a good show.
And please welcome his opponent, Jonathan Garcia.
All right, Jonathan Garcia representing Cicero Costa. And Anthony Paredes is the 150-pound match here. Regular no-gi jiu-jitsu. We do have a combat jiu-jitsu coming up next in our ladies match. That's going to be the next fight that we see. But not this one. We see Eddie Bravo pretty hyped up in the corner here.
Yeah, he is. Garcia's rocking a 10th Planet rash guard. Maybe he is representing 10th Planet today. I'm not 100% positive. But
yeah, I was looking at that as I was reading my sheet here and then seeing the rash guard. But either way, here we go. Getting the action started. Both these guys looking like they have really great positional awareness on the feet. And what I mean by that is when they reach, they're not extending their legs. When someone sits to pull or someone reaches for a leg, they're immediately responding. And we see that reshot in on the blast double there from Anthony Paredes. Really great timing on the feet from both these guys so far.
Paredes using some feints. Good head movement, which you don't always see.
Double leg attempt right there.
Garcia looks like he's hunting in there for an arm drag, perhaps. He's made several attempts at it.
And on a really deep single leg there.
Our ref PJ's getting his cardio in. Nice little Uchimata.
Immediately into some rubber guard we're seeing here from from Jonathan Garcia. See him bringing his right leg up and over the back of the neck. He has his left arm securing that in, switches it off to the right hand because now his left hand can go to that wrist, right, to that near side arm. He can pop it in for triangles.
He might try to set a meat hook up with that right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Playing from that New Jersey position. Paredes is slowly inching his way towards his right. Try to clear Garcia's left knee.
Yeah, as Paredes walks further to the right, that's going to be a much stronger position for him, right? He's trying to step over the leg, but we're seeing Garcia do a great job keeping the butterfly hook in. So when his left foot is in and so active like that, it makes it very difficult for Paredes to step all the way over. It also really puts him in danger because if Paredes commits too hard to the right, he can get butterfly swept,
Yes.
right?
And we saw Garcia just a second ago make a motion to pull his right foot in front of Paredes' face and maybe try to set up some type of go-go attack or omoplata. Paredes has none of it.
Wow, so he does get over the leg, but it looked for a second there like Garcia was going to try to buggy choke him.
It did.
Like he almost baited the pass, right? He baited the pass, but
Yes.
that is the trouble with those kinds of situations is it can also get you smashed, but I think we are going to see the buggy choke here. It's just a matter of if he's going to be able to finish.
He's got it locked in. He's going to try to adjust. Paredes' right arm is deep into Garcia's neck right here.
He is definitely keeping a lot of pressure
keeping him
on his
alive
head.
right now.
It's hard, though, because typically with the buggy choke, you actually want to posture up, right? The further you go into your opponent, the deeper you're making the choke. But you're right, his forearm was keeping him just safe enough. They're also right on the edge of the mat. The buggy choke gets released. We'll see if there's a reset here, most likely.
Our ref is doing the classic jiu-jitsu pat the body, make sure you have the position down. You transfer it to your brain through your hands. You reset them, repat, you're good.
Everybody always, though, whenever you get resets, always tries to get your hand position just a little bit better than last time.
If you're not doing the pat, I don't trust you on the reset. And Garcia looks like he's going to fish back up for that buggy.
It's interesting to me that Paredes hasn't switched his strategy to defend the buggy to posture up, but at the same time, whatever he's doing is working because he's doing just fine.
And Garcia's not taking the window if it all opens up to escape. He's just staying in there on the buggy.
Wow.
Paredes mounts.
Right into a kipping escape, though, is Garcia, and he hasn't quite relieved the mount pressure, but for a second there, it looked like he almost had him down on his thighs. But look at the pressure there from Paredes, driving the hips in, defending the kipping escape.
Good head control. Paredes has got that chin strap with his right hand, keeping Garcia from getting the extension that he's going to need to get to clear his Paredes' hips over his knee line.
This is not a great position for Garcia right here. It's extremely hard to get somebody off you like this. You're going to have to shake like a wet dog and expend a lot of energy, especially if he's keeping those legs in right there. Like, you're going to have to really get some movement, especially with the head, with his arm around his head right there. Turtle's the way to go, but I don't know how he's going to get out of this one.
Yeah, every time Garcia bends his knees, his legs, you can see Paredes keeps those hooks underneath.
He is. It's just kind of hard to finish in this position, too, for Paredes.
Yeah, I think he's going to look for the arm lock.
Head and arm right there.
Yeah, he does have the head and arm isolated on that side. If he uses his head to drive the arm in, that usually can help the finish, but it slips the arm out. Garcia just hanging on here.
Garcia wasn't across the body enough. He had to be just a bit more to the right.
And he steps up to mounted triangle.
A mounted triangle.
Doesn't quite have it locked, but he's reaching for the shin or the ankle so he can get the ankle deeper.
And Garcia
wow.
pulls out.
Garcia did a great job of posturing up just enough to prevent the back of the knee going over the shin, right? It wasn't quite deep enough.
It looked like Paredes thought for a split second about switching off to the armbar instead of that triangle, and it gave Garcia just a slight window of opportunity to
And that's all you need in
defend.
this. You know, that split second is the difference between winning and losing right there. And if you didn't make a quick enough decision, sometimes it happens.
Both athletes starting to breathe heavy here.
Wow, big body lock here. Attempt, and he does get over into half guard. Not quite. He looked like he was going to jump over all the way. We see now a lockdown there from Garcia on bottom. Now the lockdown won't always get you the score of the sweep, but typically it can prevent that big heavy pressure on the head, right? So even though it's not always an attacking position, it is for some people, but it doesn't have to be. It can prevent you from getting smashed or getting
30
submitted.
seconds.
But as I say that, right, it jumps right
Oh.
over. Wow, on the
Paredes got a
back now.
fake.
Look how Paredes uses his right foot as a hook on that top side leg so that you can't turn away. He kind of keeps it, bringing it towards you.
And I like that pinch on his right arm.
Yeah.
That Paredes is using. It really shuts down
10
that
seconds.
muscle group when you pin that arm up like that. It makes it real hard to.
That's something new I
defend
haven't
against.
seen before.
Yeah, it's something we've been. He's going to try to shove that behind his head, almost like at a Nelson.
Ooh.
Get a little shoulder lock.
Is it trying to get like
Wow.
a shoulder lock similar to like a Kimura?
Trying to go behind the head like this.
Really?
Like almost a Nelson style lock.
Okay.
It's been showing up a lot more from the back. The trick is some guys are just super flexible.
Yeah.
Some competitors can take it. This one goes to a decision.
Sometimes some guys' shoulders out there are just so flexible. No matter what you try, they're just not gonna tap.
It's because there's no shoulder in there. It's gone. It's been depleted, and they never had it replaced.
For sure.
All right, we're going to go to a decision. Let's see what our judges feel about this match. Now, remember, this is a submission-only match, so usually, things like takedowns, top-bottom exchanges, guard passes, it's not that they don't matter or factor in at all. It's just that they're secondary to the submission attempts.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much they play into the judge's decision, even though there is a criteria. We're so used to watching jiu-jitsu. We're so used to giving weight to some of the positions, the passes, the mount, the side controls. I think Paredes did quite a bit of control. He was on top a lot. He had a majority of the attacks.
He definitely did. Not to mention, too,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two competitors one more round of applause. He is your winner, Anthony Paredes.
What I was going to say is a lot of times, too, when it comes down to it, if nobody's
And let's
really
hear it one
getting
more
good
time for
positions, whoever
Jonathan
stays on top
Garcia.
the most is the one who's going to get it.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We have a combat jiu-jitsu match coming up, but first we're going to a quick commercial. We'll be right back.
Vest and an afro. I'm dying right now.
New Hope Regeneration is changing the fight game. With regenerative therapy, at a fraction of the cost of the competition, you are not your diagnosis. Conveniently located throughout the United States.
Or like a fan.
It's time to heal faster.
A fan would be good.
Compete for longer. Schedule your free consultation at newhoperegeneration.com.
You never know.
For sure. While we're on break, though, what were you saying about that lock? I've never seen somebody try to position. So you're saying like you're going in with a full Nelson?
It's like you have the back and you're pinching the arm.
Okay.
And you're riding the arm up like this, and you get it behind the head, and then you weave your arm through like into that like power kind of grip, and you just start running their head one way and their arm the other.
Are you trying to?
We're here at La Mesa at Swagoo Burger Bar at Subversiv. This is the official weigh-ins, and then tomorrow at the Hard Rock is the fight. I'll be sitting ringside. Let's fucking go, baby. Swagoo Burgers all around.
All right, guys, we are back here at the Hard Rock in San Diego, California. My name is Kendall Roosing. I am joined by Tim Freeman and none other than Justin Jackson. We are here getting ready for match 13 at Subversiv. Now, this match is super exciting because we've got our second women's match of the night, but we also have our third combat jiu-jitsu match. So our first women's combat jiu-jitsu, we've got Abby Montez coming up against Lauren Garcia, the Iron Butterfly. This is a 150-pound match.
I expect this match to be fireworks. Abby has a notable win over a great boxer, Clarissa Shields.
Really?
She's 4-3 in MMA. She's got an aggressive style. She's well-rounded. Lauren Garcia is a Taekwondo black belt. Got a 4-3 amateur record. Said she's a mom first and a fighter second. Which is, I think
San
that's
Diego, we're taking a
honorable
quick
order. That's
break right now. Make sure you go and hit the bar.
You don't want to mess with mama.
Get refreshed. Get
That's
a
for
drink.
sure.
Check out the vendors. Get a cocktail. Now's your time to do it before the lines get too long. Get some tequila. The fights get better. The music gets better. Everybody wins. We'll be right back here on the main stage.
Lauren Garcia was pretty serious yesterday at the weigh-ins, at the press conference. She was very happy at the prospect of putting her hands in someone else's face.
She did seem very, very excited about it.
She was intense. And we called her up for the face-off. Her opponent had actually went outside of the building, and she was so pumped, she just grabbed Master Ken and said, I'm facing off with somebody. Someone's squaring up with me, and it's going to be you. And Master Ken did his Aradote touch, and she mommed him. She just gave him a look. Like, you really want this?
I would love to see that match, actually. We got to get Master Ken out on the match.
That would be great. Looking for fireworks out of this match. If you're just joining us, we are getting ready for our third combat jiu-jitsu match of the night. About midway through the card here at Subversiv Grand Championship, live at the Hard Rock Hotel rooftop. My name's Tim Freeman. I'm here with Justin Jackson. Kendall Roosing stepped out of the booth just for a moment. We should be back to the action shortly here. Justin.
Yes, brother.
First day in the booth, overall,
man,
how you feeling?
I am actually having a blast here. I'm still trying to figure out my legs and everything, but to be honest, to be with you two right here, you guys are treating me so kindly. I'm having such a good time being here at Subversiv. I mean, look at the energy behind us, too. Like, you can really feel it over here on this side of the mat. Everybody's having fun. I'm having fun. I will say I want that sun to go down a little bit further, but it is.
Yeah, I'm hoping as it starts to shift to our right, it gets caught up in this screening.
I'm about to steal somebody's hat.
You know,
having this afro is not
great. It's tricky. This is a... Oh, you're off.
Every hero's journey leads to a moment
all singing, all dancing crap at the world.
New Hope Regeneration is changing the fight game. With regenerative therapy, at a fraction of the cost of the competition, you are not your diagnosis. Conveniently located throughout the United States, it's time to heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. Schedule your free consultation at newhoperegeneration.com.
We're here in La Mesa at Swagoo Burger Bar at Subversiv. This is the official weigh-ins, and then tomorrow at the Hard Rock is the fight. I'll be sitting ringside. Let's fucking go, baby. Swagoo Burgers all around.
Welcome to Subversiv Fight Club.
I'm sweating like a sinner in church, baby.
Good fight so far. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Here we go, Combat Jiu-Jitsu, 150-pound division. Your referee will be Steve Quick. Making their way out of the blue, let's welcome Lauren Garcia.
This is our first
I can't hear.
ladies match.
Can you hear me?
For Combat Jiu-Jitsu.
There we go.
We got Lauren Garcia on her way down.
Tidbit of information about her. She was telling me earlier she's a type 1 diabetic.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a challenge.
I know. Like, not just being a high-level competitor, but being a high-level competitor with type 1 diabetes is a really rough ride.
Yes, it is.
And I'm very proud of her for being on the mat.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Everybody has their own challenges, but, I mean, that's one that you never know of.
And please welcome her opponent, out of the red, Abby Monte.
I love this song.
Abby Montez. Abby's with a victory over Clarissa Shields. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a massive deal.
Abby was very relaxed yesterday at the conference.
Yeah, she seems to me to have that energy where she's very chill about everything. I chatted with her too. She's very patient. And I'm wondering if that's going to transfer over into her jiu-jitsu because, you know, certain people's personalities transfer over into their style.
And sometimes it works in your favor.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't.
For sure. Like, sometimes I've seen people who are very chill get way too aggressive. Other times I've seen people way too aggressive be really chill. It just depends on who your opponent is, too. Sometimes matchups make a deal.
Yeah, they do. You talk about the challenges that these competitors have to face. That's the other side of it is most of these folks have other responsibilities and duties and families and jobs and
a whole life.
They teach, they're busy, they're helping other people accomplish their dreams at the same time. And then they got to step out here and perform.
For sure. But, I mean, that's what the journey is, and that's what makes it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We got Lauren Garcia in the black, Abby Montez in the tiger stripe.
This is combat. So we are going to see some strikes coming up here soon.
Both ladies hand fighting.
They're definitely fighting for some underhooks right there.
I don't think either. And Lauren with a big head and arm attempt. And Abby right on the back lands 3 right hands. And Abby with a big slam.
She is strong.
Lauren Garcia's on bottom. You can see she's trying to tie up Abby's left hand. She's got a little bit of like a false Americana.
I don't know if she's going to get the leverage for that one, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look right. Abby's straightening her arm out. Maybe Lauren can find space here to escape, but I think she's trying to tie up the hand.
Yeah, for sure. It's just sometimes I've noticed people are hanging on to the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to push the position or change it up, they're just hanging on to something.
It definitely happens, and I think when strikes are involved, sometimes you jump on that lifeline. And Abby Montez is doing a nice job of being patient. She's ripping some shots to the body now.
Legs, too. I mean, that's something that you don't really see. Nobody really goes for the legs or trying to hurt somebody's ability to move around.
It's definitely a factor.
For sure. Take away their legs, they can't do much with them.
And Abby Montez has Lauren Garcia's right arm trapped and her left arm isolated, and she's hammering palm strikes down.
Now, it could be a risky scenario just throwing that many shots. It could tire you out for the later on if you do not capitalize on it.
Lauren looks like she's doing okay on bottom here. Not a lot of distress on her face, but she's definitely not in a great position when open palm strikes are at play here. It'll be interesting to see if Abby tries to use one of these striking flurries to set up a submission, perhaps even a darce in this position here. It really looks like Abby's trying to soften her up with the palm strikes here.
For sure. I mean, the one nice thing about with CJJ and north-south position is it does allow you to hide your head from those strikes a bit. So,
you can see Lauren Garcia pulled Abby Montez, back into guard. She's playing a clinch game here with some head control, overhooks.
As long as she doesn't let her extend up and really get those hands flying like we saw before with some of the other matches, I think she is going to be all right playing bottom game. It doesn't look like she's letting her go too much.
This is classic jiu-jitsu positioning here.
Oh, for sure. For sure. This is day one. I just got to the gym. Hold that arm. Keep them tight to you. But it works, though. The basics are what make jiu-jitsu.
Gracie guard level 1 at play. Abby Montez makes some space now. No, this is where Lauren's got to be careful.
Yeah. Just that full extension being able to hit you, I mean, that is a dangerous position to be in.
She's doing a pretty good job of sliding her head to the left and right, Lauren Garcia is, when Montez starts to throw those strikes. Abby is kind of loading up on the shots, which does give you a little time to move, but not much. And you can see Garcia looked like she was going to try to wrestle up. 8-1.
Also, too, when you're a little bit longer than your opponent, they're losing some of the power at the end of those shots.
Yes.
When they're overextending a little bit. You can also capitalize on that with a sweep. Trading some shots right there.
Neither lady has gone for a submission.
They might just want to throw hands.
Yeah, I think they do. That was the message yesterday at the press conference. And Abby was short on words, but very confident, very relaxed.
Both of these ladies walking around here at the hotel today, I mean, I've seen them. Both of them looked relaxed, really comfortable. Like they're trading hands right now. And I'm hoping to see a little bit more submission attempts, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when this gets closer to the wire. If you're Abby Montez, you may feel like I'm having enough success with this approach already. I'm not going to change it.
For sure. But that's why you got to listen to your corner, too.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm hearing them a little bit say some things for her to switch up the position because strikes are strikes, and sometimes they just don't work like that, you know, especially if you're not in a good position throwing them.
Absolutely.
Now we're in side control.
See Lauren's trying to control Abby's left arm to prevent the strike. I'm surprised we haven't seen Abby wrap the head in any attempt to sell a choke whatsoever so far.
No, neither of them have really been trying to do any type of choke, any type of like submission. It's really been more of a position and then throwing those hands. I mean, sometimes too, you have a game plan going in and those chokes aren't a part of that game plan.
Right. And the last place you want to try your new radical idea is on the mat, bottom side control.
Exactly.
Those are the decisions you end up being mad at yourself for later.
You make your game plan decisions at the start of your fight camp. You don't make them in the middle of a match like this. So we'll see who wins at the end of this. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, Garcia definitely has a chance, and this will go to EBI overtime rounds if there's not a winner during regulation.
Now, what's the rules for the people at home for EBI overtime rules?
So it's a double overtime. There will be classic coin flip. Whoever wins the flip can pick the back, or they can pick the spiderweb position.
Okay.
The wrinkle, 2 wrinkles. The first wrinkle is Montez is still capitalizing on this position, not really trying to pass, almost taking an MMA approach.
For sure.
Getting some ground and pound in, and she's peppering Garcia with shots. You can see Garcia's face is starting to get red, and Garcia's trying to keep
almost
distance.
Looks like an elbow there.
Yeah, it does. It wears like one.
For sure. Oh.
And there's an attack on the leg.
There we go. Now we're starting to see some legs. Heel hook.
And they're both on legs, and Garcia taps Abby Montez with the heel hook.
And that is a dangerous position because whoever's just a tad bit faster than the other person is going to win that one, as we just saw.
Used the strikes and got the sub.
For sure. Great job, ladies. Great job.
That's truly what's so special about combat jiu-jitsu is that we saw a match, the previous match, which was just straight jiu-jitsu, where right at the end, opponent comes out and gets the win.
For sure.
Positionally control
Ladies
the
and
whole
gentlemen,
match.
let these two warriors hear it one more time.
Crowd is stoked for this one.
With just 16 seconds left at 6:44, she is your winner by tap out victory due to a heel hook. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Abby Montez.
We see Montez raining down strikes the whole time.
Let's hear it one more
For
time
sure.
for Lauren Garcia.
And I hope you guys know how much energy that takes, especially too when you're tuned up, ready to go for this. You know, you have the pressure going on and you're just out there throwing hands the entire time.
Not easy.
That is not easy. I don't care who you are. Ask any fighter you know, they'll tell you throwing strikes nonstop will wear you out.
And the cardio switch that you have to do from going stand-up grappling, not striking, to ground grappling and striking.
For sure. I will tell you, one of the things I've always noticed with training, right, is if all I have to do is jiu-jitsu, I'm fine. If all I have to do is striking, I'm fine. But the minute you start adding in the peppering of the shots and everything, those two cardios come together and just deplete your energy so quickly.
There's a mental tax that takes place on your nervous system.
Oh, yeah.
Where your brain's trying to subconsciously learn when to make the switch off.
For sure.
And it's not easy.
Well, and two, you're trying to think through it. You're trying to figure everything out.
Right.
I mean, there's so many factors that go into this. Especially too, if you're the one getting peppered with shots, trying to think about what your next move is. It's a completely different ballgame than just jiu-jitsu. And like we were talking about before, if you are an MMA fighter coming into it, some of these people who are pure jiu-jitsu guys are a lot better at jiu-jitsu than you, so you really have to worry about what they're going to throw out because you don't get your full arsenal either.
That's absolutely true. We got another combat jiu-jitsu match on deck. David Guzman and John Chandler.
I did not have an opportunity to speak to any of these gentlemen before the show started, so I'm really looking
Ladies
forward to
and gentlemen,
watching
going
these
into the 155-pound weight division, sticking with the combat jiu-jitsu, referee in charge will be Grady Thomas. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, John Chandler.
I feel like we're on Friends.
John Chandler. Saw him previous to this at PGF Season 6. I believe he was an alternate. And it looks like to me he's put on some size since then. He looks a little bigger than what he was at PGF.
Do you remember his weight class there?
I believe that was 170. Where's he at right now?
And please welcome his
this
opponent,
says 155.
David Guzman.
That's a big 155.
He looks larger than what he looked at PGF. Not necessarily more muscle, but he just looks fuller.
Yeah, for sure. I will tell you, if he had to cut a serious amount of weight coming down from 170 to 155, I mean, that is a lot of work, and that is very taxing on your body, especially, too, with the heat out here.
Oh.
I mean, that could definitely play a factor in this.
Absolutely. He's going to be taking on David Guzman. Chandler was pretty amped up yesterday.
Yeah, he was. David Guzman, too. He's been walking around here. I didn't really get a chance to talk to him too much, but he has had one of the best energies I've had the pleasure of chatting with out here.
He's locked in.
I'm excited to see what happens.
This is going to get started early.
Oh,
immediately.
There we go.
Guzman jumps to the omoplata, and Chandler follows up with 3 strikes right to the head.
And, sometimes just getting into it gets those jitters out, and you just got to get after it. Oh.
And Chandler's going to roll through. He's looking for the choke.
It's not going to happen. His arm was a little bit too low. Oh.
And he switched it to the
an
arm bar.
bar.
This is tight.
Oh,
they're going into
so
the tables. And he turned it to an omo, and he got it.
Did he get it?
I believe he got it.
Oh, dude.
And Chandler with a backflip.
Over right away. I'm telling you guys at home, this is one of the most fantastic matches I've seen in a long time. That was over really quickly, but this whole show has just been this much energy. It is crazy.
And Chandler's dapping up the crowd here. You can't look away for a moment.
No. I mean, how many of these submissions have just been put on in a second when you weren't paying attention?
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is over at 32 seconds. He is your winner by tap out victory, John Chandler.
Now, I just want to remind everybody, too, just because somebody
let's hear
gets
it one more
submitted
time
in
for
30
David
seconds, do not
Guzman.
think they're not warriors, do not think they're not fighters. I know some people who are new to this, who've never seen it, might think some type of way, but both of these guys went out and battled, and one person prevailed.
That was fireworks.
That was fantastic. Chandler is awesome, man. I'm going to have to watch him more.
Yeah, he's one of the exciting up-and-comers. I want to remind you guys to check out our sponsors, New Hope Regeneration, newhoperegeneration.com. You can also check them out on Instagram at New Hope Regeneration. Learn about what they're doing to help all of our athletes be in the best health possible. Also, check out Patriot Empowerment Institute, working with our military at Patriot Empowerment on Instagram. These fights are hard to follow up. And I asked the question earlier, like, is this going to keep growing?
It looks like it. I'm telling you what, because, you know, the one thing, too, when you're out there. It's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving up into the 205-pound weight division. Coming to you out of the blue corner, please welcome Drew Dyer.
Crowd was I think Drew Dyer may have gone the wrong direction, and the crowd collectively was like, no!
Sometimes that happens. You got a lot going through your mind.
That's to the first floor. He's got some
He got some
business.
gnarly tattoos, though,
Yeah,
too.
he does. He's rocking the sweatpants.
All right. It's hot.
He's got...
I got an afro and a vest, and I'm dying right here.
Yeah.
I could not do those sweatpants.
He's got a Jason Statham vibe going on.
Very much
right
so.
now.
Please welcome his opponent.
Like the mechanic look.
And I think he's going to grapple in the OG T-shirt.
Is he really?
He just threw it on.
Okay.
He took off the sweats, took off the shirt, threw on the T-shirt. I like it. I'm a fan.
You know, sometimes, though, with those loose-fitting T-shirts, I know we're doing no-gi, but those can have a detriment where your opponent can use the fabric to grab it with their toes. I mean, it's smarter, in my opinion, to go shirtless or at least with a tight rash guard. But, I mean, if that's what you feel comfortable in, that's what you feel comfortable. That's your armor, baby.
Salvador Alvarez from 10th Planet South Bay rocking the rash guard and shorts, traditional uniform.
For sure.
He went tradish.
That's a killer mullet, too. I'm loving that.
If you have a mullet like that, you have to be really good.
Especially a mullet with cauliflower ear. I'm not fucking with that guy.
That's 2 strikes, man. 2 strikes on that one. I'm never messing with a guy that has a mullet and a cauliflower ear.
For sure. Oh, and they're getting right into it.
Yes.
Now, this height difference isn't as bad as some of the other ones, but it's definitely being lanky will help you out with grappling, or it can be a detriment because your limbs are just always exposed to compared to a short competitor. Exactly like what I'm talking about right there.
Big shot.
It's hard to get down, too, when you're tall and you're going up against a small person who's shooting in on you. Oh, he's sitting down.
And you can see Alvarez is trying to get in on the leg. It looks like he might be fishing for an inversion.
It's hard, too, because his hands are starting to get extended because he didn't quite get close enough to it.
Welcome back, Kendall Roosing, to the broadcast booth.
Man.
You just go for a little bit, and
I couldn't stay long. I couldn't stay away long because there was too much action. I had to get back in the booth. I did get out of the sun for a minute, though. But, man, We see a pretty early Darce here. This is looking pretty tight. This guy's arms are so long. He's able to lock up these Darces from very strange positions. Wow, nice scramble out though.
Drew Dyer with the rocking the T-shirt, Kendall, which I like. It's like a throwback to the old school no-gi guys.
That wasn't, look, that was my era, okay? But we do see, look at this locked up Kimura on bottom. The arm is totally straight, so Chandler looks like he's pretty safe still, but you can't like let the slack go when you're in that kind of position with your arm straight with the Kimura, because Guzman is doing everything he can to keep that arm in a 90-degree angle and bend the wrist behind the back, and that's what we're seeing. And it might not get the submission finish always, but it is able to help him sweep to the top position.
Those Kimuras from bottom are risky sometimes. Unless you have everything locked in tight and you do them quick, you're not really going to pull them out like that.
It looked like Alvarez may have been anticipating the break, and he let off that Kimura.
I mean, sometimes that's just how it is. You have to understand where they're going to break you. Sometimes you might just have to force the stall to get reset. Keeping that lockdown going.
Wow, look at this pressure from Dyer. He just kind of kicks his leg free. That position. Oh, we might see another buggy choke here from Alvarez.
Alvarez seemed a little casual on the defense there, almost like he was inviting this, but
it's one thing about the submission-only events, right? Sometimes you do see people give up positions like side control, or they let themselves get swept or things of that nature just to put themselves in positions where they can get something kind of crazy. Dyer does a good job of switching between, that kind of like mount attack versus the knee cut, so he's able to switch between them really well, and we see that again as he knee cuts, and then as soon as he feels the turtle, he kind of steps over. It's interesting, though, because that kind of attack can lead him either to the mount, or he can be looking at back attacks if the person continues to turtle.
It looks like he's got Alvarez's arm potentially stuffed. We might see a mounted triangle.
But then he covered it with his leg, too, so he held on to it until he got his leg in position to hold that arm.
You called it. You called it, Tim, mounted triangle, although potentially could be a mistake to try to lean back for the triangle before you lock it up on top. But he actually was looking at maybe a rear triangle from mount, which is not super common. Right?
And now he's got some kind of,
he's
not
looking
parada plata, but it's some kind of variation on a shoulder lock.
Yeah, I think he's definitely looking to pry the arm out, though, right? And so Alvarez, keeping his arm in there, even though there are other dangers that come with it, he's keeping himself safe from the triangle finish by doing that, because it prevents the space being closed. It's just enough space to keep breathing and to keep the carotid artery from being compressed, but it does open up his shoulder like you were mentioning.
Alvarez is really hanging on to his other hand, not wanting to let that go, but it's slowly coming through that hole, and if that thing pops, that arm bar is going to come on so quick.
See how he threaded his left-hand grip in with his right hand, but now Dyer's got a pretty strong underhook. He abandoned it.
With that free arm that he has there, he can start working with the fingers, moving the hand, trying to, And sometimes things happen and plans change.
Kendall, where do you focus when you're Dyer and you're trying to break that grip? Are you focusing on the wrist, or are you trying to glue that tricep to your arm and disconnect with your chest?
So what Dyer just did was he's switching the triangle over to the traditional triangle. He was on the backwards triangle before, right? And I think that, or the rear triangle. And I was going to say that was a very smart decision, because it puts the focus back on the choke rather than needing to pry the arms open, because that can be a very difficult thing to do. So I think that was a really smart decision by Dyer. Clearly, got him the submission victory.
Sensei said he wanted us to bring Mike's belt down soon. If you guys have enough belts, do you need that for this?
Sure.
Submission victory there for Drew Dyer of Barrett Submissions. Great performance as well by Salvador Alvarez of 10th Planet South Bay.
That was a nice sub. We've seen so much action on the card this evening. We've had a couple of decisions that were already exciting fights. We had one of the decisions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two warriors one more round of applause. This bout comes to an end at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. He is your winner by a tap-out victory due to a triangle, Drew Dyer.
Did anybody see what type of submission he got him with?
And let's hear
Finish
it one
him
more
with a
time
triangle.
for Salvador
Triangle?
Alvarez.
Yeah, he had the rear triangle, and he was looking to unlock the arm and maybe attack the shoulder, the wrist, or the arm. But then he switched his lock to a traditional triangle and then kind of came out on bottom and then finished the choke.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving up to the 240-pound division. Making their way out of the red. Let's hear it for Diego Vasquez.
Come on, I love my big boys. We all sitting over here close to 250.
I would really love a read on what the competitor area is like right now, because it feels like the tension is building, and it's moving up. Like each match is trying to perform.
Well, one of the things too, what you were bringing up before, is like we've had so many good matches. You do not want to have the boring match of the night. You know what I mean? Everybody's just going out there fighting. I imagine they can see what's happening, and you really have to go out and give it your all. Otherwise, I mean, there's so many great matches tonight. You would be considered boring.
And let's hear it for his opponent. Out of the blue, Anthony Aguilera.
Anthony from Tillis, BJJ, taking on Diego Vasquez. I have Carlson Gracie. I do see Kevin Burbich in his corner.
Yeah, Diego Vasquez is out of Carlson Gracie. He also cross-trains quite a bit at Peerless with Steven Martinez in Corona. Steven was actually supposed to be on our card and had an injury and was kind of a late dropout and was replaced. But, yeah, they usually have a couple people from their crew on Subversiv.
Different babies wear 240 differently.
You guys got to get after it.
I'm hoping so. I want to see some slams. We haven't really seen a slam too much tonight.
Everyone's been pretty defensively aware of it. We saw a couple attempts.
For sure.
Here we go, Diego Vasquez, Anthony Aguilera. Two guys who consistently go off the edges of the stage we've seen once or twice.
I'm not going to try to stop it this time if it happens.
Nice front headlock here from Diego Vasquez. Diego does a really great job of transitioning between snapping people down and attacking the choke. So he's kind of always on the offense. So you're either defending the snap or you're defending the choke. And he'll transition between both till, he gets just a couple seconds ahead of you in reaction time. Pretty strong wrestling as well. Diego's one of those heavyweights you'll see actually shoot for like low singles and a lot of traditional wrestler styles rather than just the jiu-jitsu style of like snatch single and body lock and underhook.
Yeah, some of these heavyweights will catch you slipping.
For sure.
Here we go.
Especially
high crotch.
Especially if you're their opponent and you are only purely jiu-jitsu. A lot of heavyweights are coming in from wrestling from back in the day.
Yeah, we see really nice takedown there from Diego Vasquez. He kind of was in on a high crotch or high C and looked like he might switch out to a double, but he ended up in like a crackdown position where he put him on his hip. But now he is in half guard. One thing that's interesting about Diego as well is I've watched him quite a bit and commentated for him. He is one of the most flexible people I've ever seen. Like, you get his foot, you get a Kimura. People always kind of say you just have to put him to sleep. He's very, very difficult to tap.
That could be really frustrating, too, as an opponent when you feel like you have someone dead to rights and you don't have the range that they have defensively to actually finish the submission.
For sure, especially with being closer to the heavyweights, the 240s, high level of flexibility is quite rare once you start getting up into the bigger guys. So a lot of people don't expect it when you're flexible.
Diego's back on a front headlock, and it looks like we're going to get a reset. I had a chance to chat just for a moment during the break with PJ, our ref here.
Okay.
I just said, man, you're earning your money today, aren't you? And he's just like dripping at the time, head to toe.
He's cooking in that all-black outfit.
Yeah, he is. Diego's working the front headlock, and he spins to the back, just like you were saying, Kendall.
Diego does a really great job at being patient, too, not getting over the top of the shoulders. But as I say that, wow, Aguilera comes out with that foot, just saves him enough to get him back to a standing position.
Looks like he gave him it just a little bit.
Interesting grip here. Diego kind of has two hands on the back of the head in like a double snap down position. We don't always see that as an effective scoring position, I would say, but what it does do really effectively is it annoys people. They get tired. It freaks them out. It weirds them out. It's heavy on the back of their head, and they start kind of going crazy to peel those collar ties off. So even though you might not be snapping people down like that, you can get them to open up and make mistakes. Another high C there from Diego Vasquez.
That was deep, too.
Almost a similar crackdown finish, but look at that armbar. Wow, Aguilera getting very creative there with his legs.
We're going to see a crucifix.
He hit a nice little switch off that and ended up sliding to the back.
Aguilera not quite behind the shoulder line on both sides, but he's looking to come all the way to the back. Diego still has a leg, though. He still has that right arm snaked in behind the leg. So Aguilera is going to be trying to move both legs behind Diego's right shoulder. That's typically when we can tell a turtle position is established, is if we get behind both shoulder lines. So anytime that the arms are intertwined like that, it's very, very hard to consider it like a done position. There's too much transition still going on. Oftentimes what happens here too with athletes, and definitely been there myself, is when you're stuck in this single leg kind of position, you get overzealous about attacking the back and you really are trying to force yourself behind the hips, you off balance yourself and get yourself taken down. So typically what we'll see here is an emphasis on sprawling that right leg back to free it before going further towards the hips.
This is a classic dilemma in no-gi grappling and folk style wrestling. You see this come up over and over.
You see it every single place.
And it looks like
if you have a little bit higher level of flexibility too, you can do what he just did and get the hooks in and start working from there.
And Aguilera almost got on the back, but Vasquez is very clever at the ends of these transitions, and he ends up making the adjustment to come back up on top.
Wow, look at a bit of an ankle sweep there, the kid sweep.
Don't worry about your shirt, baby.
I love that sweep so much.
Yeah, Aguilera has some great attacks, but he's seemingly a little bit overzealous on the finishes, and then allows himself to be off balance, or Diego's able to scramble out. So we see that, that develops over time with athletes, that maturity and that patience to secure positions before moving forward. And Diego's been able to capitalize off of a little bit of the rushy style of Aguilera, even though Aguilera's had been, many great opportunities for attacks and done a lot of great things. We see here now Aguilera's going to like this deep path. He's trying to go all the way underneath the body of Diego. So it was a lockdown for a second. It's not quite that now, but it's lockdown-esque. And he's looking to go underneath Diego's left leg. So if he can scoop grip under that leg, that's going to be a great position for him to attack from. Something we see a lot at the heavyweights as well, because, typically, if you are in the heavyweight division, and I'm one of those people, you do not want someone in a head and arms smash top position with both your shoulders on the mat. So you might opt to go under that leg to save yourself, as we're seeing he's doing.
And some people's top pressure are just so ridiculously heavy.
Look at Diego, though. You know what I bet he's thinking is to go for this topside knee bar.
Yes.
His left leg is a little bit stuck now, still inside the leg, but that was very interesting. It almost looked like, was Diego scared of being electric chaired there a little bit?
I think he was, but now they both have competing attacks.
Or banana split, sorry, not electric chair. Interesting
Aguilera
toe
has
hold.
a toe hold on the
Yeah, I don't think he has the grip quite right to really.
This is a strong position for him to end in, though. Just even though that toe hold wasn't a super strong submission attempt, he's really turned the table.
30 seconds.
And now is pouring the pressure on Diego. Diego does have a bit of a lockdown here, so we'll see if he tries to go for the same kind of situation. Maybe he's going to look under and go for a deep half position, but there's only about 20 seconds left on the clock. Wow, strong finishing position here from Aguilera. Even if he doesn't finish, this is going to leave a lasting impression.
Oh, baby.
Big Americana here. Classic. I told you Diego's very difficult.
Kendall.
Wow. I'm telling you, man, Diego has weird joints.
Wow.
That guy is so hard.
No
tap.
shoulders.
I'm getting chills thinking about my shoulders on that one. That's dirty.
That was some crazy cranking going on right there.
That tore my
Big
rotator
power.
cuff. How does that impact the judges? That being the last thing that they see.
It's also got to be the most significant submission attempt we saw in the entire match, right? So I think whether it was the beginning, the end, or how close Diego was to tapping, we don't know. That was the most significant submission attempt we had seen, for sure.
I think it was the closest to ending the fight, for sure.
Yes.
Diego getting a little. Ladies and gentlemen, after going the distance, he is your winner, Anthony Aguilera.
Yeah, that Americana in the last 10 seconds,
Wow.
I think is definitely the decision maker in this match.
It felt like.
Let's hear it one more time for Diego Vasquez.
It felt like Diego influenced the match much more and kind of
100%.
dictated, but that's one of the classic storylines in jiu-jitsu is you can have the pace and the positions dictated you, and then you can get a submission in the end or come out on the top in the end and win the match. Nice work.
Yeah, really impressive by Aguilera. A lot of times when you're getting smashed like that for a long period of time, or like you said, maybe the match is getting dictated to you
All right,
rather than you
ladies
being
and
the
gentlemen,
driver's
moving
seat.
into the 150-pound division.
Coming back like that is very
Coming
difficult.
out of the blue, Chantal Rivas.
Now we've got a really special match coming up here. We've got Chantal Rivas out of Gamebred JJ against the amazing, incredible Rana Willink out of Victory MMA. Rana is a very scary lady. She's a very scary competitor. I've had the opportunity to train with her and watch her and commentate her matches, and she will shoot submissions out of nowhere where you didn't think something was possible, and mentally she breaks
And
girls.
please
It's
welcome
impressive.
her opponent.
Well, I saw that armbar victory last time. And
Yeah, she's got a lot of submission victories. She had that armbar victory, like you mentioned, Justin, on Subversiv the last time she fought here on our Subversiv stage. But Chantal Rivas is super, super tough. I mean, I mentioned Rana like breaks girls all the time, right? And it's true, but Chantal, she's known for doing the same. So this is going to be a really interesting match to see how it plays out. I think especially in the first minute or so, you want to see the energy of these ladies coming out. One thing about Rana, too, is she is always all smiles. She's one of the toughest girls you'll meet, but she is always grinning ear to ear.
The crowd is buzzing.
dude, they're loving him. They are absolutely loving him.
If you couldn't tell from the last name, Rana is the daughter of Jocko Willink, and he's in her corner here tonight. Always her biggest fan. We love to see it. Chantal is looking really nice here in the hand fighting, looking very intelligent about not letting Rana place any strong grips and collar ties, inside ties. In on a double leg with Chantal.
Her base standing up is really good.
Rana's starting to play a little bit with that connection.
Yeah, one thing you'll notice about Rana is she's always moving the pressure forward. So as we're watching this match go back and forth across the mat, it's Rana setting the pace. So Chantal's been having really good hand fighting, but Rana's always on the front foot. Even sits guard, stands right back up.
And go ahead, sir.
Chantal had a look there. I was going to say an underhook or a body lock, but we saw the quick footwork of Rana to escape there. Now in on an underhook. A little bit of an Uchi attack there for a second.
The full Uchi.
Not a full commitment, though, so Rana was able to move her feet right back in front. Now in on a single. Chantal steps behind, looks to sit Rana down, but Rana has a Kimura on the far side. On the top side, she's going to use this to sit Chantal down, and now she may transition to the back or go for the finish.
Oh, that's that armbar from last time.
Here we go.
This is tight.
Potentially a triangle.
Turns it into the triangle.
She's going to attack the arm, though. Look, she's going to extend that arm. She's going to put a lot of power in with her hips.
Chantal's in trouble.
Dirty.
She flips all the way over, arms extended.
Oh,
and
she
she
stood
gets
on
the tap. What a triangle armbar. Wow. Wow, great
And like
control.
you said, she gave her a big smile right there at the end.
Yeah, she sure did.
And the little dance moves, too.
She's feeling it. Shout out to Sloan Clymer in her corner.
Yeah, what a corner, right? Sloan Clymer. We've got her dad, Jocko Willink.
All right,
It'll get
ladies and
better.
gentlemen, at 1 minute and 32 seconds, she is your winner by armbar victory, Raina Willing.
Raina with another armbar victory here on Subversiv.
And let's
Not
hear
her
it one
first,
more
won't be
time
her
for
last.
Chantal Rivas.
You keep armbarring people, you're going to mess around and get a reputation.
That armbar looked absolutely gnarly from this position.
That was nice. It's really hard defensively when your opponent just keeps pressing. Even when they sit down, they won't let you get set. They
All right,
won't let
ladies
you
and
get your
gentlemen,
feet
here we
tight.
go, moving into the 250-pound weight division. Please welcome out of the blue. And
This is one of our no-gi super fights.
I will say Denzel Freeman is no joke. This was my opponent at the last show, and oh my God, is he powerful.
He was very calm yesterday and just collected and in his own space.
Well, you know, I've noticed with a couple of the conversations I've had with him, all he's doing is doing military training and then training for wrestling, doing jiu-jitsu. All he does is train. So to him, he was saying this is just another day in the office.
Please welcome his opponent, Braylor Rout.
I think it's fair to say Braylor Rout's one of the biggest names on tonight's card. He is kind of one of those guys who ends up on like every card everywhere. Like he's in every organization, every style. A lot of people don't know this, but he was actually one of the ADCC backup athletes there in Vegas, able to fill in if someone pulled out. I mean, ADCC reserves. So he's an incredible athlete. Has some really big wins over great competitors, and we always love to see him on the stage. I mean, he's super, super fun, entertaining, has a very submission-heavy style. And like you said, Justin, Denzel is a super, super tough guy to stand across from.
I will tell you, I have rolled with a lot of heavyweights, a lot of guys in decent amount of shape, and he might be the strongest person I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Well, this is a match at 250, so I would expect some big muscle coming in.
Braylor said jokingly he was going to try to stand up with him, and we see that he made good on that joke by immediately sitting guard.
I mean, especially in this with like not having strikes with him, it does take away some of that power that I was having to eat last time. So this might be a smart decision and just try to drag him deep into those jiu-jitsu waters and get him out of his like wrestling ability. But I mean, he is no joke, and his technique is very solid. And he is an Olympic team qualifier.
Wow.
Yeah.
Elite level wrestling is another kind of storm.
What's interesting, too, is, for such an elite level wrestler, he does a great job in not overextending his shoulders, his legs. We see Braylor has gone in for a shoulder lock. He's also trying to enter Denzel's left leg. And both times, whether the shoulder or the leg, Denzel was able to kind of reset the position. I think that's probably the most common situation we see wrestlers, high-level wrestlers, come in and get a little bit overzealous in their top position pressure, and they leave those things extended. So as I say that, Braylor was able to find the space, but Denzel really brilliantly trying to find the angle to either kick out or turn back and face him. Wow, that's making me cringe, that knee.
Yeah, it doesn't
That's
feel
a little
good.
rough.
And Braylor's going to try to get that backside heel hook, and he might be able to get in on that. Wow. The knee line's cleared. Boy, that hurt. I agree.
It was really self-inflicted, though, right? I mean, Denzel,
Yes.
rotated back. He didn't even
Yes.
care. I mean,
Yes.
he just rotated. He was fine with the whole thing.
You know when you see one of your students do that, and you're like, no, what are you doing? Don't do that. And Braylor's got a tight body triangle.
So here's the thing with Braylor. In a division like this, 250 pounds, you got these big, strong guys. Braylor is taller than most people he fights,
Yes.
right? So when he gets to the back and he ends up in this body triangle position, not everybody in this weight class can lock body triangles, right? Because we're going up against people so large. But Braylor always can. His legs are super, super long. So this is a very troublesome position for Denzel.
Braylor has a very hard body type to deal with at this weight class,
For
actually.
sure. I mean, Freeman, he is very compact, very big. He has a lot of muscle on him, but I think the ability with him being so long is helping him out right now, just to be able to cover that mass. Because he is thick everywhere and is powerful, but he is really keeping good control on Freeman.
Freeman's laying on that lock. I don't know if it's going to help him, but
Yeah, typically we see people try to move to the side of the body lock, right? So you kind of lay your body over the top of the lock and you use that to unlock it. And it's not quite unlocked, but it's not where Brayler wants it to be, where his leg is threaded behind the leg. His leg's now inside. It's not a no-go as far as the position goes, but it's definitely not preferred. So Denzel's in a much better spot now than he was before. He's looking to hold the top arm. You'll see Denzel's really smartly controlling the top side arm, which is the only one that can choke him, right? Oftentimes people focus on the bottom side arm to unlock themselves so they can put their shoulder to the mat, but then they leave their neck open for the choke. So if Denzel can unlock the top side arm, which he did for a moment there,
3 minutes.
he may be able to pop his head underneath the arm and put his shoulders to the ground. Although as I say that, he has the space to, and now Brayler may be switching off for a Kimura on the top side. So there's some give and take there for sure. Wow, right under the neck though.
Brayler set him up.
Yeah, went for that Kimura, kind of took him off base for a second, and then he brought his arms back, wasn't really attacking the neck, and then as soon as there was a moment, he whipped that arm across the face. Look at this, though. Is Denzel going to sit him down? Denzel might sit him down here.
Ooh.
Body lock, but there is a guillotine threat here. Oh, wow.
Now, this is a dangerous position for Brayler, man, with having Freeman on top. He really has to maintain control right here.
I will say that the close guard, being a wrestler myself, so there's no hate for our wrestlers out there, but the close guard does pose a lot of problems for our traditional wrestlers. And not to take away from Denzel's jiu-jitsu, of course, but it's just something to note that Brayler's a traditional guard guy, and then we have a heavy top player like Denzel. Close guard can be difficult. See this K-guard entry there from Brayler, but
that was a nice little kick out.
Denzel just kicks right out.
That was the same escape he did the first time. It's just he didn't get stuck this time. Yeah,
Things are getting a little slippery, right, as the match goes on.
I think you're absolutely right about close guard. It's the position that doesn't exist in wrestling.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you're going to go with a wrestler and you have to be on bottom, the only option, in my opinion, the best place to be is close guard. You see Brayler potentially looking for a Kimura on that far side, but now switching back to the near side arm.
Got a little bit of like a Williams-esque guard going on.
Yeah, he does a great job rotating between the upper body attacks, then going back to the knee shield to keep the space so he's not inviting too much pressure. Denzel, though, as I say that, keeping a lot of pressure there and almost opened up his back for a second.
Yeah, it looked like the angle was open and I'm sorry, not Brayler.
1 minute.
Yeah, Brayler almost took advantage of it, and he's getting back underneath the leg. Brayler's got a diversity of attacks going on, too.
For sure.
See the speed from Denzel. His athleticism is really showing up here at the end of this match.
I feel like Brayler's almost thinking to attack his legs so much because that's the easiest part of the body to control like that.
Yeah, again, does a great job moving between. Oh, wow. Almost saw a topside Kimura attempt there from Denzel.
30 seconds.
But I was going to say Brayler does a great job moving between knee shield, leg attacks, and Kimura attacks, so all areas of the body. But Denzel's face is like.
Did he take a pause?
He did take a pause right there. Sometimes you got to get your breath in.
Short time, though. We got about 15 seconds left of this match.
10 seconds.
And Brayler's still going for it.
Very hard to say the likelihood of either of these guys taking the win here because it will go to decision. And there weren't any super deep submission attempts, but I would say a couple things that stick out to me. There was a guillotine attempt by Brayler, and then there were a couple leg locks attempts. So even though both of them kind of exchanged control moments of the match and dictating moments of the match, I don't know if we saw any submissions from Denzel. Did we? Am I missing one?
I don't
Ladies
think
and
so.
gentlemen, after going the distance, let's give these two warriors one more round of applause.
I think you're spot on. I think
your winner by judge's decision, Brayler. Let's hear it one more time for Denzel Freeman.
I think Brayler definitely did the majority of the work that needed to be done to get the win.
For sure, for sure. I mean, and that's one of the things, too, is like if you do not finish with a submission, it's who's putting in the most amount of work, who's getting the most attempts.
Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, moving into the 240-pound division, making his way from the blue corner, Levi, the Pitbull Costa.
This is like Christmas for me.
Man.
Getting another heavyweight match right in a row.
I thought the pit bull was going to bite me yesterday. I tried to ask him some lighthearted questions. He was very polite this morning.
Oh, that's right. You took over the press conference for me. Thank you. You were the man. You were the man. You know, I felt
It's not easy.
long story
Holy
short,
cow.
I ended up getting stuck in Wyoming longer than I thought I was going to because of
yikes.
deer on the road. It's a whole thing. It's a whole story. Anyway, it turns out, though, you were the man for the job and killed the press conference. It's not easy, though, because you got a lot of different personalities you're dealing with out there, right?
And please welcome his opponent, Ian Daume.
And they're all in various moods. Some
Oh,
are
yeah.
really up, some are down, some are still cutting weight. What I find interesting is Ian is relatively new to jiu-jitsu.
How new?
Said he committed to jiu-jitsu in July of 2023, I believe. Now,
2023?
I don't know if before that he was committed to judo and wrestling and sambo or I don't know what, but he's doing very well. He's competing all the time, just constantly. He's constantly out there. I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
Well, and you know, too, sometimes some people pick up jiu-jitsu a lot quicker than others, especially, too, like what you were saying, with different backgrounds. You can pick up jiu-jitsu quicker. But 1 year of, like, full commitment on jiu-jitsu is still...
Jared Facchetti, you need to report to the commissioners now.
I'm not going to lie, it kind of makes me feel bad about myself.
Sometimes when you see those young, up-and-coming, new talented people, and you're like, how long have you been doing this? Like 3 years. You're like, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. Got Keenan Cornelius in his corner.
Why do I feel like I've seen him in Gladiator?
He seems like he probably was one of the main gladiators.
For sure.
Levi Costa, though, he's come to fight.
Take this whatever way you want, but he is incredibly shredded for 240.
Yeah, these guys they're going to bring it. This is the 240-pound super fight.
Okay. Takedown attempt.
Ian pretty active with the collar ties. Feints with the collar ties, little head taps, looking to find an entry.
And you know, sometimes too, with like the heavier guys, the starts are always a little slow, but with guys in shape like this, I have a great feeling that once we get to the ground, it is going to be a lot of action.
Yeah, both guys look like they came in hot. Ian looked to the ref for something. I'm not sure if it was maybe a warning on the get-down rule. You can see he's trying to make something happen. He comes up with double unders.
But I mean, the get down rule on this one is interesting too, because as like a big guy, right, you want to fight for that takedown, because that takedown can mean a lot for you. Whereas in like this, with this get down rule, sometimes you can lose that coin flip and have to be underneath somebody you do not want to be underneath of.
I think there are some pride points at stake sometimes with the takedowns.
Oh, especially when you're big boys, ex-wrestlers, for sure. Not to mention a takedown just feels so good.
One thing about Ian that's interesting is he has his collar tie with the left hand, and then he brings his right hand up like he's gonna pop under the forearm or he's gonna pop under the tricep, but then he kind of baits and doesn't go for it. It's interesting when we see these kind of doubles from far away and he looks like he's going to reach the legs. They're a little bit telegraphed, so then the arms come in and he kind of blocks his double. But then he tries to come up to the body. And, you know, we see this consistent theme with him, but he hasn't really been able to get in just quite yet, although he had a strong snap there. I'm surprised he didn't try to jump on a front headlock.
You're absolutely right. Ian's ran through that pattern several times now.
Ian's saying something in the corner. I'm not totally sure what's going on there. But there it is on the double. Wow, very tough there on the edge to kind of stop the action.
Go ahead.
Sometimes that's dangerous having the table so close, especially with big dudes launching other guys. Like, getting launched into a table is not fun.
Yeah, been there.
Entertaining for us, though.
Yeah. Been on the other side of it, though. Not a fan. Ian Dobb doing some interesting tactics, kind of like looking off to the side. I don't know if that's baiting a shot or if it's just showmanship or
I think
what.
he was clock watching. I think he looked up at the time.
It has seemed like a very long 1 minute.
Yeah, it sure does. Ian's getting a little frustrated. I think one of the hard things about wrestling and jiu-jitsu is you don't have the shoes on. So
yeah,
you
you don't quite the same
so far
traction,
away.
right? The traction's different. You know, Levi is doing such a great job, though, stuffing these shots. He either sprawls his legs back quickly or he finds inside position with his arms so that when Dobb shoots in, he's ready to catch double unders. The thing with trying to lock double unders around someone the size of Dobb is look at the size of those lats. I mean, how are you supposed to lock your hands with double unders there? So again, here, now he switches to the head. So I think that was a smart adjustment by Levi. Instead of looking for the body, to look for the head when he eats that shot.
One of the things it does.
I'm not really sure here what Dobb's complaining about.
I think Dobb is a little frustrated, but to your point, I think Costa's doing a really nice job of defending, and he's not expending as much energy either. But it looks like the ref is going to give the position
Bigger
to Ian.
muscles require a lot more energy to keep going. So, I mean, that could be a strategy of his trying to wear him out in the beginning.
Yeah, I think Ian's complaint was just saying that he wasn't active enough, right? That Costa wasn't on the offense. But now Costa here, he ate the bottom position of the get down rule, and he elevated from butterfly just enough to put Dobb into the closed guard. And Dobb looked over at his corner, looking quite frustrated about this, but he did ask for the get down rule, so here we are. Although I need to double check with the team about the request of the get down rule, because I'm not really sure.
I don't think you can ask
about the request or the dictation from the athletes. Nonetheless, we're here in half guard now, so this is looking a little bit better for Dobb. Obviously, he's trying to backstep that right leg and kind of float into side control. He's looking to have a nice grip with his left hand around the neck to bring in some shoulder pressure.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
If you're Costa there, are you trying to push the hip or the knee to stop that pass from coming through?
I actually think that Costa focusing on Dobb's left arm, like he just did a moment ago, was a way better improvement, because Dobb is trying to come through with a big crossface, right? So controlling that arm, it may lead to a kimura, but it also just keeps that arm at bay. So if he's controlling the wrist and the bicep, he can kind of extend his back and move his head away from Dobb. So we're not seeing it now, but a moment ago we were. And see how he's trying to switch back to the elbow or open up the shoulder. So I think that's the move. Another thing you could potentially see in a position like this is Costa could try to bring in a left foot butterfly hook.
Yes.
And then elevates him that way, although obviously hard to do with someone so large, right, and heavy in his hips. But he's done a great job so far, because Dobb's kind of thrown knee cuts at him. He's thrown, this classic body lock style passing at him. And he hasn't quite gotten to a pass yet. But he is looking like, he's still, I was going to say, both of them still look fairly fresh to me as far as their movement patterns. Like, no one's really looking too defeated.
They really haven't slowed down at all. They've kept the same pace.
Yeah, Costa back up to the feet now.
Crowd's getting restless.
And that's what I was saying, too, earlier. All these matches have been so good. If your match doesn't quite hit that intensity, it can turn the crowd on you.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left. Dobb was asking Costa to go back to the center of the mat, which is interesting, especially do it verbally or with hand signals.
Man, those guys are tough.
Ian's not too happy with the style of the match, I think, with how it broke down. But guys like Costa are so good. They can...
Gentlemen, let these two fighters hear it one more time. Your winner by judges' decision, Ian Dobb.
Not a big surprise there.
And let's hear it one more time for Levi Costa.
Like I was saying, not a big surprise there, although there weren't too many submission attempts. We did see more positional control and more aggression and attempted match control from Dobb. one of our few decisions of the night. And don't go anywhere, though, because we're about to move into a slew of combat jiu-jitsu. We actually only have combat matches left on tonight's card. We've got a total of 6 more matches. And the last 3, as we know, are going to be Team FaZe versus Team New Hope. It is the team title for our belt. So we're 3 matches away from that. We've got a couple of amazing athletes coming up before we get into the team competition of the night. Like I said, 6 more combat matches, so it is about to get even spicier in here. And I think we can afford it now because it's actually cooled down. So bring the heat with the matches.
Yes.
The sun's finally gone. Oh, my gosh. This California heat wave has been quite intense.
I stepped off the plane from Nashville expecting to get the San Diego cool
treatment. Yeah.
No.
You got us in the middle of our heat wave. I know.
I definitely packed wrong for this trip. All I brought was jeans and long shirts.
Yeah, definitely not jeans and denim shirt kind of weather.
No.
Yeah, we have Javon Coleman coming up from Excel Jiu-Jitsu, facing Larry Stroud from 10P Redlands. And this is going to kick off 6 more combat jiu-jitsu matches, culminating with the team event. Lots of action still on store.
Who are you guys excited about for tonight in the next couple of matches coming up?
Man, there are so many great matches on this. I mean, Noah Chen is always kind of fun to watch, especially because he has a little bit of like a, I don't know who to compare him to. Has a little bit of like a bad boy style he brings to the mats, right? So he's always interesting to kind of see what's going to happen with him. But I got to give a huge shout out to Alex Enriquez and Megan Penning. Now, Megan Penning is always super fun. She always comes out swinging. But Alex Enriquez, I mean, she has just looked so unbeatable on the Subversiv stage, as she does on so many other stages. If you guys don't know Alex Enriquez, you should. She has a strong wrestling background. She wrestled in college, but she's a jiu-jitsu girl through and through. She was the EBI Medusa champion, but she also is an ADCC veteran. She lost a very close match to Ana Rodriguez at ADCC. I believe it was a decision loss in that one. And she's just, she's on the biggest stages all over the world for a reason. I think it's my favorite, though, to see her in combat jiu-jitsu because she will tell you she was born to try to kill people. She was born to hit people. She looks in her element in combat jiu-jitsu. When she won Medusa, it was a kind of an unexpected win for people who didn't know who she was because there were some really strong MMA women in that card. But those who knew Alex, we knew, and when she started striking, man, she's just electric.
She generates a lot of power with her strikes. She was super focused yesterday, really dialed in, pretty serious. And I know her and Megan are friends. It's not like there's this animosity there, but Alex was very much, I got to get out there and get this done.
Alex is really impressive for a lot of reasons, but I mean, one of the things I always tell people that when we were purple belts, we actually fought in the open class on more than one occasion. Yeah, Alex and I, super heavy, and she must have been fighting at light or feather or something. I mean, she's very, very small. And that's one of the things I like to tell people because you don't always see it happen where the lighter girls and guys go into the open weight. And it just illustrates how absolutely tough she is because she would win medals in these open class. I mean, she's impressive at the highest level. So super, super tough. And when she's allowed to get in there and throw hands, it's something else. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Megan coming in with more of an MMA style, right? So she's right at home when those strikes open up as well.
Yeah, she's very willing to throw hands. She's been competing a lot, trying to make improvements. She does have a loss to Enriquez not too long ago.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
She wants to get that redemption.
170-pound division. Coming to you out of the red corner, please welcome Javon Coleman.
It's really great to see these athletes on this stage get the attention, get the spotlight for So Long
And
Jiu-Jitsu.
please welcome his opponent, Larry Stroud.
Crowd's pumped for Larry Stroud. For So Long Jiu-Jitsu didn't have the platform like this to really showcase the athletes.
Yeah, it's really fun to see some of the shows like Subversiv mature and get bigger and bigger, and then also new shows popping up all the time. So we get these athletes that, they may not be on the biggest stages or winning world medals just yet, but they have the opportunity to come out and compete in these high-pressure stakes, also showcase their stuff, get good footage, good content, to share their jiu-jitsu with other people, get in front of a lot of eyeballs. And I think by the time some of them start going into things like the World Championships or ADCC events, CJI events like that, they have so much more experience being in front of a lot of eyes, where it used to be like we only would see the top, 5 people in any given weight class at a time. Now we get to see the up-and-comers in a way different way. I mean, both these guys very experienced on the mats, but it's just so cool. We wouldn't used to get to see matches like this.
And it really helps them become professionals.
Absolutely.
I like homie shorts. Sorry, I'm back, guys.
He's got the these are the Apollo Creed shorts from Rocky.
Yep,
I
that's
think
exactly what I was thinking when I was walking back over here.
Similar style.
So if you're just joining us, we're here. Whoa! Before my intro there, we had some big takedown scrambles. From a single leg to a back clinch, and now a butterfly sweep there.
Javon's floating around the legs here. And Stroud is content to just fire off the entanglements.
Yeah, and let's not forget the strikes are in play now. They can start striking at any time in this combat jiu-jitsu match.
I saw a little Nogi rash guard grab right there.
Yeah, Larry had to look at the back for a second there, but Javon did a great job at resetting his position and kind of squaring back up. See some control on the head now, but Larry has that butterfly hook with the left leg, so you can't lean too far forward, you risk getting swept over the top. Wow, these scrambles are hard to keep up with as far as the human language goes.
Neither of these guys are adamant on being on top. They seem content to rotate through and play the position.
Had a leg lock entry there from Larry. About to be into cross-ashi, but he's just lost the position there.
Eventually, one of these is going to have to come up for air.
For sure, for sure. I was sitting here holding my breath watching these guys go at it
Wow.
like this. This is a lot of
Look
energy.
at that transition.
He's into cross-ashi now here. He does have a bite on the heel. He's
He
going to
does.
get some extension here. Wow, Javon doing a great job. He's trying to hide his foot.
Stroud's got a deep
He's about to clear the knee line, though. Look at the knees. He's trying to slide that right knee out. Not quite, though. Larry's done a great job at recapturing. But there are
gave
strikes.
Him a slap. He gave him a slap for his trouble.
That 50-50 striking right there.
Oh.
Yeah, Larry's still in cross-ashi. So this is a very, very tight heel
Got
hook.
it.
There we go. Gets the finish.
Oh, man, I think I held my breath for that entire match right there.
I was going to say, it's one thing to be trying to strike people when you're in 50-50. If you're in cross-ashi and your heel's exposed, another thing to be reaching your arms out. You know what I'm saying? It's a little riskier.
Defensive priorities.
Yeah.
To Stroud's credit, he hung with those leg attacks, though. He was haunting them the whole time.
We've been seeing some pretty quick matches today, too.
Ladies and he is your winner by submission victory due to a heel hook at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Let's hear it for Larry Stroud. Let's hear it one more time for Javon Coleman.
Larry Stroud pulls off the leg lock
And here we
submission.
go, ladies and gentlemen, moving into the 205-pound division. Making his way for this combat jiu-jitsu match, out of the blue, Jared Facchetti.
Oh boy, I'm ready for this one.
So if you guys are just joining us or just joined us recently, we are 5 matches left here at Subversiv in San Diego, California. And the rest of the matches on this card are combat jiu-jitsu matches. So every single one of these matches, once it hits the ground, the palm strikes are on. Not just slaps. We got heel of the palm strikes to the face. We see knockouts from this. We see the match has stopped. And apparently we see heel hooks as well in combat jiu-jitsu quite often. Now we got 2 more regular combat jiu-jitsu matches before we enter into the team finals of Team FaZe versus Team
I'm loving
New Hope.
this bear, man. I'm loving it.
Where can I get that?
I will tell you, he has been one of the best new people that I have met out here. I don't know where he got that bad boy from, but if you also take a look, he is not only a training partner with Freeman, they also serve together. So it's a whole bro relationship, romance going on over there.
Freeman put the jacket on.
JT. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I'm not even going to lie.
It's a little hot for me for that getup,
That's a commitment to the bit.
but I like watching it.
JT Money. This guy is a Ultimate Fighter Season 7 finalist. He won the Redemption season. He's 7-0 on the Ultimate Fighter. He has the best record. Experienced striker. He has punched people and hit people in every kind of format you can think of. 42 years old. Still out on the trail here.
What does the hashtag on his rash card say? The Slapping
And
King?
once
Is that
again,
what
your
it is?
referee in charge is Grady Thomas.
The Slapling King. The Slapling King. I guess slapling is slapping and grappling. I like it. The size of these two gentlemen is just...
They're very large.
Big dudes, man. Faketti's a great wrestler. CCIW champion. 157 CCIW wrestler of the week. He's super, super talented.
The power.
This is his debut on Subversiv, correct?
The power from JT. My goodness.
Faketti's got JT in trouble. But JT's a vet, though. He's weathered storms. He's been under big bombardment.
Both of these men here are veterans. Well, he's a veteran. He's currently serving, correct?
I think Faketti is Marines. I'm not sure about JT. I don't think Jesse Taylor is. I could be wrong, though. I know he is an amazing mixed martial artist, though.
It's always interesting in these combat matches when we see people go to the ground earlier and then opt to stand back up, right? Because we're like, oh, okay.
Like,
weathered some hits and now back to the feet. No, thank you.
It's like going into a room. You're like, I don't want to be in this room anymore.
Yep. Nice front headlock here. Stuffs the shot, attacks the
strong.
head. Be interesting to see if he opts to try to finish the choke. Oh, almost settles in mount, but out to the back.
And Jesse Taylor going for the back. They're right up on the table, Kendall. Watch out. I think Jared may unleash some strikes here.
Yeah, Jared does a great job of stuffing these shots, keeping his legs. And you know what he doesn't do is he doesn't overcommit to turtle or strikes while the legs are still stuck, right? He frees his legs. Wow, and we get a tap here.
Right there.
Was that a 10-finger guillotine?
I
It looked
think
like
it
a short 10-finger. We'll have to wait for the confirmation, but wow. That was lightning fast on the finish there.
Jared Faketti with the submission choke on Jesse Taylor. We said this was going to be an opportunity for dudes to make their name. And Faketti puts himself out there in a big, big way. I did not see that coming.
No, I did not either. Also, you don't see those chokes that often.
I thought he was going to crack him. I really did.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end at 1 minute and 46 seconds. He is your winner by tap out victory, Jared Faketti.
That was a great match between both of them, though. They kept that pace going.
And let's hear it one more time for JT Money.
They came out in a flurry.
For sure.
Like
For
you were
sure.
saying, Kendall, it almost looked like they were like, okay, let's get back up to our feet. Let's just hang here for a minute.
That's one of the things, though, about guillotine finishes. And like I was saying, Jared does a great job at defending the shot before reattacking the submission. Now, it's not to say that we don't ever see it the other way around where going for a guillotine or one of those topside kimuras can really be beneficial and you can actually finish even though you're being attacked.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Learning the timing of that is very important. Sometimes you got to defend first, just like he did.
185-pound division. This combat jiu-jitsu match will be reffed by Steve Quick. Please welcome from the blue, Matt Cox!
We've got our final singular combat match of the night before we go into our team tournament, which will be 3 matches long. So 4 matches out from the end of this event. Again, this is Subversiv 11. I'm Kendall Roosing. I've been joined by Tim Freeman and Justin Jackson here on commentary. It has been super fun to call these matches because our submission rate is astronomically high. I mean, it's always high at Subversiv, but this is insane.
To be honest with you, it hasn't been difficult because the action has been so consistent fight to fight. There's always something amazing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we've got right now, we're at about an 80% submission rate for the evening.
Welcoming his opponent for this Combat Jiu-Jitsu Subversive Middleweight Championship, out of the red, Noah Chen!
This match is for the middleweight championship. It is. It's for the belt. Is that right?
Yeah, it's for the 185 middleweight belt. This title was vacated by Herman Tirado.
That's right.
Yeah, he was the champion, and I think he had a commitment outside of Subversive that restricted him from competing.
Keeping the title or fighting for the title, right?
He did post on Instagram that he's watching this fight, and he wants to crack it.
Your referee in charge is Steve Quick.
And Noah Chen has definitely made his intentions known. They weren't nice.
I don't think I've ever heard Noah Chen make a nice intention, to be fair. It's kind of his attitude on the mats.
He's a sweet guy. He worked with us a lot on the bullpen at CJI and ADCC, but when it comes to him...
Different once the match starts, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to touch that heat.
Yeah, Noah Chen gets sat down with a little bit of a snatch single there. Matt Cox finishes on top, and we see some strikes from both top and bottom already.
Yes. Cox was very calm yesterday, very cerebral, very level-headed. Said
Again,
he's very experienced.
Yeah, I mean, again, we see these body shots from the bottom of Noah Chen. Very interesting combat jiu-jitsu to be striking from the bottom. Noah Chen has a great guard, though. He has great distance control. He has a good close guard, good butterfly. So he's definitely right at home here. See the overwrap on the left-hand side. That can be dual-purposed, right? It can obviously stop those strikes from coming, but you can also use that to attack mirror locks, to start to set up different things like back takes, arm bars.
Looks like Cox is trying to match his head position with Chen, just keeping his grill right in front of him the best that he could.
For a second, Chen is, he's trying to climb those legs up.
Yes.
We could see if he can get his left leg over the head. It's a stretch from here. Obviously, it doesn't have the right angle, but that's when we see those arm bars on the side of the overhook. But overall, these overhooks do neutralize the position for combat jiu-jitsu quite a bit, right? Because the second you release them, you're getting striked in the face. But it's very hard to make progress because you don't want too much space. We always talk about in combat jiu-jitsu, you want to be very, very close or very, very far, right? If you're on bottom, you either want a very tight close guard, you want to be wrapping up those arms, and the body and the head, going to body lock, just like in the get-down rule. We get set in that position, for example, if you're a butterfly, or you want quite a bit of distance, feet on the hips, just like MMA, right? Nothing different. In that middle zone, you're in trouble.
Yeah, all the way in, all the way out. The middle zone is where your face gets put on pause.
Yeah, because the opportunity for someone to wind up their power and drop that on you, right? They get enough momentum, power from that position. It's very, very dangerous. So we see Noah now using his feet on the hip to create a bit of a different angle, and he's walking his legs up the shoulders.
Starting to climb. He's getting that top knot position.
He continues to bring his right leg back to the hip to change that angle, but now
we got some big shots.
Yeah, now he broke that distance barrier. Matt Cox was able to get in a better position to strike, but right back into the close guard now.
Cox is right back on the head, right underneath Chen's chin. No pun intended. He's got to be careful that he doesn't overcommit on the strike, though, and get caught a little too deep in Noah Chen's guard. So far, he's playing it well. Chen looked like he might be working on a shoulder crunch or trying to set up a straight arm attack. Maybe convert that into a shoulder crunch.
And the big thing, too, with this is with the shots, and you have to maintain control. So like you guys were saying earlier, it really does make it a lot harder to advance position and to set up an attack because the minute somebody has a free hand, you're getting clocked in the face.
Big left hand from Cox, and Cox is starting to get some shots off, but I'm not sure they're all touching chin. Cox is taking some deep breaths here. Still able to fire off shots when he has the ability to do it. And this, Chin's got an underhook under Cox's left shin there that he's going to try to use to elevate him. Let's see if he gets his right shin in play here.
I'm seeing that he's working on something too with his arm. It's a real nice hand fight going on right there, but I'm not sure what he can really do with that.
I think he's setting up a triangle.
Oh, sneaky girl.
He snuck that in. And Cox is going to bring the pressure and try to stack out of it. Can you strike out of this?
It'd be risky.
I mean, it's very difficult to be in this position for Cox because if he does strike, he's at very big risk of being armbarred. But Chen hasn't really been able to set up the perfect angle to finish, although he's definitely adjusted now. This is much better, and he's striking from the bottom, but he's losing the triangle as he does it. His grip was getting looser as he was striking.
He just let off a flurry right there. That's like when your kid brother attacks you.
3 minutes.
Now, Chen doesn't quite have the right angle to finish the triangle, but he's looking like he might be adjusting to try to finish the arm bar, right?
I think you're right. Cox is still keeping the pressure, excuse me.
Now that his arm is over, now Chen's going to get a tighter bite, right? Now the arm, or he's going to have the arm.
And this is going to be dangerous. Let's see how Cox responds to this.
Well, Cox is trying to step over the body, right? Now switching off almost to an arm bar, but it's like, I'm sorry, to a Kimura, but it was a straight arm bar there for a second.
And Cox thought about throwing that left hand.
Now Chen switches the legs to the other side, so he has like that awkward side lock on the triangle.
It gives you a little more control over your partner's ability to stack you, but he switched it right back.
Yeah, once Cox has that right arm wrapped around the body that way, it's very difficult for Chen to finish. He brings it over, though, and he gets the tap.
Got the tap.
There we go.
Wow, that was a lightning fast finish after trying so many different variations of finishing the arm versus the triangle.
What a match.
Things can change in an instant.
We didn't have quite the angle, but I believe he underhooked the arm and brought it over as like a straight arm bar, where his elbow was like, you know, clamping down on the back of the elbow. I think that's what happened.
We got a new champ.
We have a new middleweight champ here at Subversiv.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let these two warriors hear it one more time. He is your winner by tap out victory due to an armbar, and he is now the new Subversiv middleweight champion, Noah Chen.
Well, you guys do not want to go anywhere.
One more time for Matt Cox.
Because after we do a commercial break in just a moment, we are going to come back to have our team finale. Now, the team finale are 3 matches back-to-back. It's a best 2 out of 3 format. The winning team will have 3 belts crowned to the champions. Now, both of these teams have actually won the team tournament before, but this will be the battle of champion versus champion to see who the ultimate team champion is here. It's going to be Team FaZe versus Team New Hope, and we cannot wait to see that, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a quick commercial break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, moving into the 145-pound division. This combat jiu-jitsu tournament's referee will be Grady Thomas. Introducing, coming out of the blue corner, Megan Penning.
All right, everybody, we are back. This is Kendall Roosing, Tim Freeman, and Justin Jackson. We are here at Subversiv 11 in San Diego, California at the Hard Rock Hotel. We're here on the rooftop. It's beautiful out here in San Diego. Even with the heat wave, we're doing all right, and especially because we had a great show to watch. Best seats in the house for the last final 3 matches of Subversiv 11. Now we're into our team tournament. So what that means is we're going to have 1 women's fight under 145 pounds, 1 men's fight up to 185, and 1 men's fight up to 205. Best 2 out of 3 is going to win the team title.
Y'all ready for this?
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had the great pleasure of training over at Invictus with Megan
Enrique.
while she's been training for this, and she has been putting in a ton of effort. So I am really, really looking forward to seeing what she does.
That is the word, that she's been putting the work in for this event.
She's looking more jacked than I've ever seen her.
All right, Alex Enriquez is coming out. Again, if you guys don't know, now you know. Alex Enriquez, one of the baddest women out there. She competes in the biggest events all over the world, and when she gets unleashed into combat jiu-jitsu, man, is she fun to watch when she gets to strike. Megan with an MMA background. This is such an exciting match. Kicks off our team tournament here. And again,
and once again, ladies and gentlemen, for this 145-pound title fight, your referee in charge is Grady Thomas.
Enriquez generates a lot of power with those strikes. Here we go.
Now, both these ladies are strong on the feet, but Alex has a very strong wrestling background. She wrestled in college, and she often is seen as the person on the forefront of those takedowns and kind of setting the pace of her matches. Now, Alex, for her weight class, is fairly tall, so we'll see a lot of times she ends up with opponents like Megan, for example, who do a really great job of matching her level or being below her level and have access to her legs, maybe in on some blast doubles.
I agree with you. I think that body type allows her to generate the power that she does. It's almost deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex was right in there on a snatch single leg, sets Megan down.
Megan did not look to defend that much.
Look how Alex controls the foot to keep Megan from standing up. That's something that jiu-jitsu folks don't often think of, but most of the time, the person on bottom, wow, whether it's combat or MMA, combat jiu-jitsu or MMA, is looking to stand up. So oftentimes, jiu-jitsu people, we don't have to monitor the feet like that, but in this situation, it's important to hold the foot because people will just pop right back up. But look at this big knee cut pressure from Alex Enriquez. She has a really deep underhook with her right arm, allowing to staple Megan's left shoulder to the ground. Now she's going to switch over to a mount finish rather than a knee cut. So even though she's not passed, she's going to feel and act like she's in mount already. And oftentimes is a very, very smart thing to do rather than focusing on the knee cut where you kind of let your opponent turn on their side. Keep them pressured flat on the back, especially since she's going to be aiming to strike right after.
You start to slow cook them.
Yeah, the Alex here not rushing is really, really brilliant. She doesn't need to go to a knee cut to finish because once she slides into mount, Megan's going to be much more fatigued. She's going to be in a much better position to strike.
The ref admonishing Alex and Megan to work. I think Alex is seriously working here. That pressure when you're on bottom feels terrible.
Potential back take or mounted triangle here. Look at Alex. Watch Alex's left leg. You guys are watching at home. Watch her left leg. If she goes into a hook or, a mount position like this, fairly obviously she's looking for a mount or back, but she also brought that left foot up briefly to go for a mounted triangle and then kind of switched back. So the back position is great because she can strike from here, but she also has deadly rear naked chokes.
She's flirting with the body triangle, but she's really intelligent with the hook usage, not overcommitting, allowing the hooks to float as she needs to ride through the position as Megan tries to defend it.
I was going to say, look at Megan, too. I mean, she's been able to defend quite a few, potentially like fatal positions from Alex Enriquez. She's forcing Alex to continue to transition with her. Now there's a much stronger position for Alex with the body triangle, but man, Megan really put up a fight in some of those transitions.
Those body triangles, too, are an extremely hard position to get out of.
They take a little bit of your soul.
For sure.
Just a small slice each time you get put in one.
And then you add in those shots to the face when you're trying to think, reach your hands down. Like, now you got a concoction for something that's really nasty.
That takes your pride.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Sitting in somebody's lap.
Look at the way that Alex Enriquez uses her left hand to control the wrist, right? So she used that left hand to control the wrist, punch it down, kind of clears the neckline of Megan so then her right hand can come back over across the face. She didn't quite finish it there, but it was fairly close, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar transition again. Now there's also striking here, so now we're seeing Alex bring in those palm
3
strikes.
minutes and 30 seconds. Halfway.
There we go. Again,
There's the hand fight.
She rotates those back and forth so that when one side is defended, she's immediately right back on the other arm.
Alex has been very slow and methodical with this, but she has been making sure her positions are very locked down and very controlled. It's very amazing to watch.
Not sacrificing any control for the striking opportunity.
And it's often the difference between those high-level, mature fighters, and we mentioned this earlier, where you sometimes see people come out very powerful, technical, fun to watch, exciting to watch, but they're not finishing positions, and they're always a little behind on their transition because they're rushing. With someone like Alex, who is truly, truly elite and very mature on these kinds of stages, she doesn't make those mistakes.
No, she knows how to milk a position. I think that's a real aspect of timing, too, is knowing when a position ends and when the next one begins. And oftentimes, we think something's gone when it's not gone yet. These mature grapplers, they'll stay on that position and outfight you in those little micro transitions.
For sure. A lot of times, too, you give newer people to jiu-jitsu the advice of just stop passing up submissions. You're letting go too early. You're not really letting the position cook because it wasn't gone. You just got too excited and left. And, I mean, she's just been riding this back take, the body triangle this entire time, just slowly cooking, and it looks like she's setting something up right now.
Yeah, here we go. This is a deep look for Alex, but Megan, super resilient, continues to peel those hands off.
And Megan's no joke, too. She is extremely strong, extremely capable.
I think that's deep.
She's trying to pop the elbow up. I could see her hands underneath, but man, that was a tough one, and she gets the tap.
Masterful performance by Alex Enriquez. I don't think she took any damage.
Very strong start there for Team FaZe. 1-0.
Coming for the bag.
This really puts the pressure on these next gentlemen, too, because
yes, it does.
If Team FaZe wins 2 in a row, that's it for the team title.
That's Don. Tommy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let these two warriors hear it one more time. She's your winner
Alex
at
Enriquez,
5 minutes and 14
really gonna
seconds.
have to watch her. That was a
Winner
phenomenal
by tap-out
show.
victory due to a rear naked choke.
That was so controlled, so smooth. Like that was some high-level jiu-jitsu, guys, right there.
Yes, it was. Her performance at Medusa was outstanding.
Really? Okay.
It was outstanding.
Yeah, Alex is a special athlete, that's for sure.
Very much so.
All right, so the pressure's on, though, now, okay, for Team New Hope. We got Travis Thomas and Jared James coming out. If Jared James of FaZe wins this next match, they win the team title already, straight out, 2-0. But if Travis Thomas brings it to a 1-1 score, then we'll be looking for that tie-breaking match.
And 1-1 was what it was last time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving into the 185-pound division. This combat jiu-jitsu match is reffed by Steve Quick. Welcome from the blue corner, Travis Thomas.
Travis Thomas the praying mantis.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. They were both replacements?
I believe Travis was brought in, I believe, to replace Steven Martinez.
Yes.
And then Alex's opponent wasn't able to compete, and at the last minute they brought in Gerard James. So both teams are fielding replacements in a sense, with James being a last minute replacement.
I am hoping these two are ready for that pressure right there, because there's
And
a lot
please
riding
welcome
on
his
this.
opponent, Jared James.
I don't know much about James. I've had the experience of training with Travis several times over the past few years, from when he really got into jiu-jitsu to now, and he's made significant progress. He's not fun to train with as a 46-year-old father of two. He is he's really on the up right now.
You're sitting there and just be like, don't kill me too bad today.
Like, man,
I'm tired. I had a job.
I have to go to Costco after this.
I can't walk through Costco with a bad knee.
All right, we are into our last 2 matches of Subversive 11. It's been an insane day of fights so far. Now, Jared James, like we said, Team FaZe, a lot of promise for him, but a lot of pressure on Travis Thomas of New Level in the white rash guard, because he needs to win this match to keep the team in the race.
Yes. And Alex Grandy is very big on James. He said, you guys don't know what this guy can do. So we're going to find out.
Okay.
Definitely James seems to have a preference for underhooks, right? He was on the right side double under, he was on the right side under, then he was on double unders, on a front headlock. But now, as I say that, he was in on a quick little snatch single off to a double. But the defense of Travis Thomas going straight to the head was really, really well utilized. But as I say that, back in on a sweeping single, comes out to the other side, cuts to the left and sets him down, but his head, look at that's deep. That guillotine's deep. James has a very sticky situation to deal with. Travis Thomas, deep guillotine. I cannot believe he popped his head out like that.
Oh, and we got our first shot right there.
Potential armbar there. That is not to be ignored. I know that doesn't always look like it's deep, but we see finishes from there all the time. It's a very awkward position, but it takes people out.
It has to be respected. Thomas is very lanky. He's got a lot of submissions he could pull out of odd spots, but James is looking very calm and composed. He was so polite at the press conference yesterday. Gave his opponent good, solid advice. Said to believe in himself. Remember what your parents told you. Just a sweetheart.
Wow.
The guy caught him with one on the way up.
Sometimes those nice ones are the monsters on the mat, though. It is hard, though, when you are dealing with a lanky opponent, just them being able to reach down, grab you from distances you weren't necessarily expecting to.
Yes.
But, I mean, both people here are very seasoned, so I doubt they've never ran with these body types before.
Travis looked like he tried to hit a nice little trip.
Yeah, it was an interesting little scramble there, because they were in a body lock position, look for a trip, kind of end up in the splits, and then they rotated through. Also, all on the edge of the mat. Reset back to the center here.
It does kind of seem like James's wrestling and stand-up is frustrating Travis just a little bit. Travis finds himself overstepping, maybe at a bad angle, having to recover with speed, having to throw on an attack because James got inside.
It's worth mentioning, I agree, and I think it's worth mentioning too, the height difference really lends itself to James as far as the wrestling goes, because wow, look at that beautiful double. It's just so effortlessly right in there on the, it was like a double where they shoot in high on the upper thigh, and so it makes it very difficult to sprawl, and if you can connect your hands, you set the person right down. But now right into the closed guard of Travis Thomas. Travis is creating an angle. He could potentially look at some arm bars here. He goes off to a body lock instead, or sorry, body triangle instead. Again, the pressure is on for Travis Thomas of Team New Level if he wants to keep his team in the race. Back up to the feet after creating some space, kicking off the hips.
Sorry, lovelies, I'm back right now.
James, you'll notice that anytime they get ear to ear, kind of recenters the head position and brings him forehead to forehead.
Yeah, he does. He's doing a nice job at that. And maintaining that head position is really important for getting to your entry.
You'll see here, James, look on the right
3 minutes
underhook,
and 30
his head is in
seconds,
very
halfway.
strong position
3
here for the
minutes and 30
underhook.
seconds.
Yes, you can.
Oh.
Whoa! I was gonna say you can whizzer attack, but Thomas's head was out of position to be on the right side for the whizzer. So even when he did jump up for that submission, wasn't quite in the right angle. But we just saw him reach up from open guard and slap Jared James in the face.
I'm liking Travis's style right here, using his legs to set up those shots.
I like it too, except he just invited him right into side control.
And
Whoa!
nice sweep from Travis Thomas.
That was some classic self-defense one-on-one right there. You push in, they push back, you roll them through.
The basics always work.
My dad would be proud. He's been trying to get me to do that for years.
Back control right here. He's got one hook in.
And he's going for the RNC.
Oh
he
my
doesn't even
goodness.
have hooks.
Standing RNC, standing back taking
there
against
it
the
is.
tap.
Now it's 1-1, and anything can happen in this
Team
next
Level is back in the saddle. Team Level is back in the saddle. We are 1-1 on this team tournament, and the tiebreaker will be between Alex Grandy and Marcus the Joker Perez.
Grandy's
Very
already
excited.
ready. He's out. He's ready to go.
Heck yeah.
Grandy's on the mat. Alex Grandy's on the mat. He wants to go now.
He's on them. He's already pacing. He's ready. Travis Thomas with a big RNC on a last-minute replacement.
And honestly, it was kind of a come-behind win. I mean, he definitely wasn't dominating the match.
I agree.
Definitely was a come-behind win. Puts us in the 1-on-1 race.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now I
this
am really
comes
excited
to
for
an end at
this
4
next
minutes
match right here.
19 seconds. He is your winner by tap-out victory due to a rear naked choke. Let's hear it for Travis Thomas.
Wow. We're in the race now for this team race. So we will be
One more
back.
time for Jared James.
We will be back shortly after a quick commercial break. This is Kendall Roosing. You can find me at Kendall Roosing. I always tell people it looks like reusing my last name on Instagram. We've got, and you guys want to shout out your Instagrams here? People want to check you guys out on social media?
You can find me at Inside BJJ, all the social media platforms. Hit us up, InsideBJJ.com.
Cool, and I'm Justin Jackson. You can find me at Half Blacksmith or on my business page, House of the Rabbit. Check it out. Love to chat with you guys. This has been awesome.
All right, we'll be right back here for the final match of the evening. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Homie grabbed it, tried to give it to Meg right away, and then we all said no. One of the ref dudes grabbed it because he was going to give it to Meg, but we stopped.
All right, guys, we are back here for our last match of the evening. We have the finals of our team tournament.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is the deciding factor of which team wins the belt. We are tied 1-1. So these two competitors will make the decision and decide who wins the title. All right, ladies and gentlemen, already here, please welcome Alex Grandy.
All right.
Ready to rock and roll. Alex Grandy in his corner, Richie Boogeyman Martinez was pacing back and forth. He is just as hyped as Alex Grandy is.
Yes, I noticed that.
Now, Alex is crazy, man. He's fun to watch. He's aggressive. He loves the crowd. You can see him over there hugging and shaking hands with everybody.
Crowd favorite.
Hyped up.
I'm interested in Marcus the Joker Perez's entrance. Is he going to come decked out?
He may.
All right,
We've
ladies
seen
and
it before.
gentlemen, and please welcome his opponent.
He always ends up breaking the
Marcus
show.
the
Every
Joker
time I watch him, it is
Perez.
nothing but a non-stop show with him. Fun fact, he is also a shark enthusiast, was telling me about it last night for about 30 minutes.
I'm telling you, jiu-jitsu people got the weirdest side interests.
Yes,
That's
they
all.
do.
You look. It's don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Okay. All right, no Joker get up this time. We've seen it before, not this time, but Marcus Joker Perez, again, another showman. We love to watch him. He always brings the heat. He and Alex Grandy definitely have some beef between the two. They always bring the heat. This is not their first time going together. And as I say that, Alex Grandy ripping the rash guard off. We're going to have two of these guys shirtless.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your deciding factor of who wins the belts. And once again, your referee in charge is Grady Thomas.
I'm expecting them to get right after it. Both of these guys have been super aggressively talking about how they're going to put the other one out. They want to finish this time. Last time it came down to a decision.
Yes.
So let's see some magic.
Definitely. Let me hear you make some noise. It's time to go to war.
These two guys definitely had the most beef yesterday. They want to get after it. Hey, Grandy was very critical of Marcus's style and technique.
For sure, for sure. Even when they've been walking around the hotel room, you can tell that these two have been fighting to get back at each other.
There's tension.
Saw a bit of an eye poke there. One of the things about these guys is that...
Oh!
Whoa!
Big slam out of Alex
Grandy.
Big slam.
Wow, and you can see Marcus is trying to get up already. He does not want to be on bottom here, but as he tried to butterfly sweep, he almost got himself mounted, but his feet are back inside. He is still in on these sweeps here.
And he recovers it.
Man, I was going to say one of the difficulties of this match is they have a hard time taking each other down. And they stay on the feet for a long time and they get put in that put down, but not today. Not today.
I thought Grandy was going to run him to the pull.
I was thinking so too, man. That was very close to the edge when he put him down. But it was smart on Grandy's part because if he would have ran him off, it would have restarted standing.
Now look at this head and arm control. Oh, Grandy is almost about to lose the control of his left side arm. And as Marcus gets that right underhook in, this is a game changer for this match. Now there are strikes here. We're seeing Alex throwing some strikes here, but man, that right underhook really just changed this whole position.
Perez looks like he's trying to get in there deep, too.
Yeah, it's a lockdown, too, and Alex is a 10th Planet guy. He's used to the lockdown position. He's very familiar with it, but it's taking enough of the heat off of Perez, enough of the pressure off of that smashing half guard that Grandy hasn't been able to make too much progress. See him using his right foot now to kick that foot off to kind of undo the lockdown. Not quite able to get it, though. And Perez with that right underhook, he's still safe.
Marco, too, here is coming in a little bit underweight for a heavyweight. He's quite a light heavyweight for this, so he's really going to have to maintain control on Grandy because Grandy is a very powerful competitor.
Grandy chased that last Darce and followed up with a right hand right at the end.
For sure.
Didn't quite get it. His coach, Richie Martinez, is admonishing him to go.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Marcus did not opt to stand up, given all that space. Woo! That was a big strike right there. But Perez is smiling. He doesn't care, right? That's one of the things about Marcus Perez. He is a tough dude. He gets hit in the face and acts like nothing happened. Whoa!
Looks like he thought about rolling through for maybe a Kimura attack. And
big hip pressure there from Alex. Not only did he put one hook in, but he immediately sprawled. And that heavy weight putting Marcus's face to the ground made the difference in being able to get here with this bottom side underhook. I'm sorry, with this bottom side hook. So his left foot in is keeping Marcus from being able to turn and turtle or put his shoulders to the ground. But he does get up and he turtles. And he finds himself to the back clinch. They're going to reset here. They're going to reset with the back clinch. Wow.
These guys are really going after it. This is a great showing for both of them right now.
Oh, he should have.
Wow.
Oh.
Marcus is not happy about not being able to have the back clinch at the reset. He's complaining, and now I think the referee is going to reset them with the back clinch.
And there's controversy, and he's like, forget this.
Our center referee is going to check with the side referees.
Straight to consultation.
For sure.
Yeah,
I mean, but
that
is a big deal with these level of competitors. Starting off in a back take, that means the difference.
The thing is about where we are is we can't see when the referee called stop, so we don't know if he called stop before or after the back clinch was in play. And now Marcus is saying he doesn't need the back clinch. I'm telling you, they love to put on a show, both of these guys.
A lot of pride here. Both game competitors.
They have a history.
They're both very emotional fighters from time to time as well, right? So we see that come out, and it's very, very clear. You can see it on their faces and the way they move, the way they respond to the crowd.
There was some emotion in that slam that Grandy pulled off right out of the gate.
I'm not sure.
Grandy tagged him in the face a little bit, standing up with one of his hard chops.
I see.
Clubbed him.
Yeah.
Did it again. Did a little mini club.
Add a little insult to injury.
The thing with being an emotional fighter, too, is it wins you some moments, but it loses you some moments, too. So knowing when to turn that up and crank it back down is a sign of a mature fighter. It's hard to do. But I think if you look at Alex, he's looking a little...
3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
At this halfway point, they look similarly as far as conditioning. They look similar as far as conditioning goes, but Alex, in my opinion, looks a little bit more grounded and composed, and I think that that's going to win him some of those tough exchanges. Looks like Marcus is complaining again about the club being like an open palm strike rather than a club to the head. To be fair, sometimes it's a hard line to know which one's which, but I think it has a lot to do with where the hand lands on the face versus the back of the neck. So we're going to see a get down rule now. These guys will go to the ground. Let's see who gets the choice at top or bottom. Looks like Alex gets the choice. He chooses top.
Marcus Perez is keeping his composure, though. It's upsetting him. He's catching those clubs, but he hasn't retaliated.
No, he hasn't retaliated, but I will say that, whoa!
That was a crazy scramble.
Randy's got full mount.
We had a little bit of a leg lock flurry, landed with Alex in the mount, but I will say he was here before and did not finish the fight.
That's right.
So Marcus could find his way out again.
See the sweat coming
There's
off
those
of
body
Randy's
shots.
body.
Right? Yeah. I mean, these guys are really going that hard. Look how much sweat they've put on in 3 minutes right now. You can tell these guys are working nonstop.
Now again,
got a butterfly hook in.
Yeah, again, I was going to say he's recovered a bit, and he's looking to peel that right foot inside of the hip, which could lend itself. Wow, big bend on his own knee. Ooh, don't like the look of that personally.
And you can see he's trying to kip with that left leg to get his
and
knee inside.
it's inside.
And
oh, and there's some hard shots.
Hard to attack the legs when you're getting hit in the face, right? But he could, though. He could here.
And he's going to get on it, and let's see how Grandy responds.
Grandy doesn't look threatened at all. I mean,
No.
look at him. He looks totally comfortable here.
He doesn't look concerned at all. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. We've seen these ankle locks go from good weather to bad weather pretty quick. And he pulls out. Both guys starting to get slippery.
Well, then that's one of the things, too, with those leg locks. When somebody starts getting real slippery like that, it's really, really, really hard to get that bite on them.
Marcus not happy with the intensity of collar ties coming out of Grandy.
One thing I was going to mention earlier, too, is this has nothing to do with who's right or wrong.
Oh! And there's a retaliation. It was coming. This was coming.
So
Yeah.
they're trying to decide here what the retaliation is for Marcus hitting him in the face. I'm not sure if they're looking at a DQ or not. So Marcus is getting upset about the collar ties being a little bit too close to the face. And his response after multiple was to actually then completely just blatantly open hand slap Alex in the face. Now, Alex looks to be playing with him a little bit. You see that? He's trying to play on the emotions.
He is.
And what I was going to mention earlier is that, and we're seeing it, is it doesn't really matter. It's just my opinion
And
of
Alex
what's...
is going to run him
off. Another big takedown for Alex Grandy. I'm not sure what the complaint is here.
Marco's looking to get right back into it and keep going. He is not happy about this.
Anyway,
right now.
so this really plays into what I was saying as well, because the emotional aspect of what we're seeing is whether it was a slap or not, the fact that an athlete continues to complain about something is very telling to where they are mentally.
Yes.
Because there are many athletes who will get hit in the face and they will keep fighting and they won't complain. And there's nothing about Marcus personally. It's just an insight for, if you haven't done a lot of these matches yourself and you're looking from the outside looking in, it's very telling to where some of the mental
55 seconds left. 55 seconds.
To where some of the mental breakdown comes. So we're seeing as the match progresses, the more mentally frustrated somebody gets, they're also getting beaten physically.
Yes.
And so there is definitely a correlation there, and we're seeing that very clearly play out. And Alex loves it, I think. I mean, Alex is purposely trying to mess with Marcus's head.
He's trying to open that crack up into a crevice. He'd like to totally break him.
Front headlock here. There could be a potential guillotine here for Alex Grandy.
Perez is defending. You can see he's fighting in with his right hand, and Grandy's using it as an opportunity to land some body shots.
And as a reminder, if this match ends without a submission or a knockout victory, they will go into overtime, and it's looking likely.
30 seconds!
30 seconds left on the clock. Marcus climbing up here for an armbar attack. There's a pretty good lock on the top of those shoulders.
If he can shove that elbow. Missed it, landed some slaps.
Whew.
I think these guys just want to hit each other.
Oh, some big hits coming from both of these guys now.
10 seconds!
10 seconds left here. They're going to probably go to overtime.
I want to say that Marcus almost looked like he was signing for
Overtime,
somebody.
ladies and gentlemen,
It was.
overtime.
It sounded like something. I think he does know ASL.
Now remember, this is going into overtime, and the winner of this match wins their team the money, the belts, the pride. It's all on the line.
With slaps.
Yes.
With strikes.
Very interesting to see Marcus Perez locking his feet from the very beginning. I'm not saying he's going to get ankle locked, but I'm just saying that's not really something that you see. Although I don't think it's allowed, so they're shifting it. Wow, an immediate escape from Alex Grandy. Very quick. That's going to be hard to beat.
Marcus comes up on top like, I'm still going to finish on top.
He looks a little, might have been confused there about the rule. I'm not totally sure. Or maybe just caught in the moment.
And that could be a problem. That could be a problem if you're not certain as to what your role is and where this position ends and where it begins.
So now we're seeing a little bit of a
gamesmanship.
Yes, because Alex, the thing about the EBI overtime is it's very clear what you're allowed to start with, as you know.
Yes.
And so when an athlete is avoiding the correct start position, it's not going to go well.
No.
Wow, another quick escape though. This is a quick escape for Marcus. It's not going to be as fast as Alex's was, but he's almost out of the back.
I can't tell if Marcus is trying to attack Grandy's foot.
Oh, he is. He has a toe hold.
Yeah, he does have a toe hold. It almost looks like he's switching to a knee bar.
To be honest, though, I think that this is keeping him stuck in the position longer than is necessary. His own submission is
Yes.
racking up time stuck in the back.
And I
now,
believe this submission is counted as an escape if you get it here while you're escaping.
also reaching back for some slaps to the face just for added. So here we go. So that's round one. We know who won that round, but it is accumulated time rather than like winner of each round. So even though Grandy won that round by a lot, it's going to benefit him going into the next couple of rounds of overtime because it's a cumulative score. Wow, another fast escape. I love that Perez just wants to chase him no matter what. I'm not sure at this point if it's an understanding of the rule set or simply an emotional response to wanting to fight.
I think Marco just wants to hit him.
I believe Marcus has his attempt to escape though, right? Unless the time difference is...
No, it should be.
It should be, right?
Because there's a potential of...
Alex Grandy camp is celebrating.
Yeah, and definitely those on Team FaZe are also celebrating. Alex Enriquez and Jared James are looking pretty happy at this moment. Wow, Marcus Perez not even looking willing to return to the mat for the hand raise. He's looking like he might leave the arena.
He's definitely going to be hot tonight. I mean, that was
You hate
one.
to see that.
It does, yeah.
Yikes. Marcus Perez is.
Oh,
and a fight's breaking out.
no. This is not good.
Marcus Perez was getting booed and attacked somebody in the crowd. That's what just happened. He was getting booed and was attacked by someone in the crowd. I'm sorry, he attacked somebody in the crowd.
Allegedly.
Break it up. Everybody back to your seats. Everybody back to your seats.
You know, I
All
always
fight
wonder
gyms,
too,
get
watching.
back to your corners.
I can certainly say this is a first.
For sure.
Hate to see
Everybody
something like
get
this
back to
happen
your
at such a great
seats
show.
now.
Really, really ashamed to see something like that happen at the end of what was an amazing show through the entire evening. But it looks like we're going to wrap things up.
Everybody back to your seats.
Getting people separated, going to wrap things up and close out this team tournament for the evening.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys.
Listen up! Listen up! You will be suspended. You will be suspended. Fighters will be suspended. Fighting. And immediately. Fight, not fight, you'll be suspended.
Getting some order restored here. Listen, tempers run hot, but at the end of all this, we're jiu-jitsu athletes competing with each other, and this has to be a win.
Well, and I just want to mention, too, to those watching at home, especially those newer to jiu-jitsu, it's such a shame to see something like this happen. Very, very rare.
All right, let's clear the mat.
Definitely not behavior that we
Let's clear
condone.
the mats.
Whether
Absolutely
it's
not.
whether jiu-jitsu as a whole or Subversiv as a team, the organization.
All right, everybody off the mats, please.
It's not what we're looking for at our shows. So
Everybody
very,
clear the mats.
Very unfortunate. Looks like no one was seriously injured. Things will be taken care of as far as suspension post event. But we're going to clear everyone off the mat, get these guys and gals their belts, and we're going to call it a night after a night of great, exciting matches.
I am back, guys.
All right.
Be right back.
All right, let's get Team FaZe up here. Let's get Team FaZe up here so you can get your belts. All right, let's go. All right, everyone, go. Let's sit down. Let's take a seat so we can finish this night so you can all go off and have your fun. All right, let's go, Team FaZe. Let's get you up so you can get your belts. Let's go. All right, Team FaZe, let's go.
You know, like you were saying, Kendall, this is not indicative of the behavior of our sport. We're getting
All right,
order.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's being established.
Team FaZe right here. These are your champions. Let's hear it for Team FaZe. Put your hands together. What an incredible night.
Going to put the focus back on the folks that deserve it, the champions, Team FaZe. We are going to present them with the belts. Everything is calmed down here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one
We'll
more
take it
time,
home.
Team FaZe. Let's hear it for Team FaZe.
All right, Team FaZe, our champions. Alex Enriquez, Jared James, and of course, Alex Grandy. Congratulations, Team FaZe. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks for sticking with us while we had a little bit of chaos there at the end, but nonetheless, an amazing night of an insane submission rate for a show of this size. Just really impressed with all the athletes, the way they put it on the line. Again, I was joined by Justin Jackson, Tim Freeman. My name is Kendall Rue saying thank you guys for tuning in to Subversive 11. And stay tuned for Subversive 12.
Yeah, pardon my.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of Subversive, we want to thank you all for coming out here tonight. Remember, if you did drink, don't drive. With that being said, if you did drink, don't fight. We should have had enough fights here tonight. Here's your champions right here, Team FaZe. Let's hear it one more time for them. On behalf of the Subversive family, we want to thank you all for coming out here and making this such an incredible night here at the Hard Rock Cafe in San Diego, California. Once again, congratulations to all the people who competed here tonight, to all the champions. Team FaZe, thank you all for coming out. Have yourself a great night. Everybody start making your way out. Start making your way towards the exits. Thank you all again for coming out. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care. We'll see you soon.